Streaming is on. Thanks, Max. And councillors, before we do anything, I just want to, I haven't got any conflicts of interest that have come across to me, but I would like to just get someone to look at the confirmation of the minutes, if someone is happy to move that.
I did notify a conflict of interest declaration.
Ah, okay.
It's on item, I thought it was 6.2, I don't know why it says 4.1.
It is 6.2.
It's on item 6.2. Oh. Did that say 4.1 a minute ago?
No, that was just the conflict of interest.
Oh,
Is
sorry.
the item.
Okay, so do you want me to do it now, Chairman?
I think so, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
thank
right. So in 2011, some 12 years ago, a company called RPS Planning donated $675 to my election campaign. In this item today, there's another company called RPS Australia East Proprietary Limited. I don't know who they are, and I've had no contact with RPS Planning for years, many years. So I'm seeking to remain in the room and participate in the decision today due to the strategic nature of the project. But I felt obliged to make this declaration, given I don't know whether they're connected in any way as companies.
Sorry, Councillor Tozer.
So my question is, wouldn't that donation be captured under the legislation that relates to this existing term and the previous term only being relevant?
It should be outside the...
Yeah, it's outside the framework, so I'm just not
the framework,
sure.
So, but you just wanted to do it as a matter of transparency.
It's outside the relevant period, but for my part, I've always declared every cent that I've ever received, and I will continue to do so because I don't want to fall foul again of any of my responsibilities. So I will continue to declare them.
I'm happy to move also.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, thank you, and through the chair. So I'm just, the question to Councillor Gates is, the company you're referring to, you don't know if you have got there is any connection with the previous company that gave the donation at the moment. So
no, but I did send a request through to General Counsel, who did a company search. Such a waste of time, but anyway. She did a company search and suggested I still make the declaration, but I don't know. I've had no contact with them for many years, so I don't know. And I've never heard of RPS Australia East Proprietary Limited, but in an abundance of caution, I'm making the declaration.
Councillor Tozer.
Councillor Castro, I'm happy to move that Councillor Gates should remain in the room and participate in decision making despite the conflict of interest. Because the relevant donation was made outside the, what's the legislative date? The relevant election period or relevant period?
there's no connection between the two companies.
Oh, I don't know. I can't say that because I don't know if it is. To me, the substance of the conflict as it stands is that it's outside it, even if there might be other reasons. That's the reason.
Yeah, and further to that, and we probably don't need to add it, Councillor Gates isn't even aware of whether she does have a conflict with this new company anyway, so if she doesn't know that she's got a conflict, I wouldn't think she's conflicted, but I understand why Councillor Gates wanted to raise it. So that's moved Councillor Tozer, that's seconded Councillor Taylor. Does anyone else have any questions or anything for Councillor Gates? No? Okay, in which case we'll take the vote on that Councillor Gates can remain in the room and debate and vote on the matter. So all those in favour? So we probably need to call everyone, don't we? So Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Young, Councillor McDonald and myself. And please note that Councillor, against, there's nobody against, so please note that Councillor Gates did not vote. Yeah, thank you. Okay, councillors, we do have a couple of closed session items, and given the nature of the two open session items, which may get longer debate, famous last words, but I don't envisage the two closed session reports taking too long. So I'd actually like to deal with those first so the officers can get on with what they need to get on with. So if the committee is happy with that, I'm happy to move us into closed session because the matters are, what's the wording, but would certainly impact on, the discussions would impact on the budget and also will involve commercial in confidence. So I will move us into close. Thanks, Councillor Gates. That's the seconder. All those in favour? That is carried. Thanks so much, Tanya, Ben, Ivanka, and Gab, even though you didn't have to say anything. It's lovely to have you here anyway. All right. Now, we need to deal with, actually, we've got Councillor Gates wanted to do a declaration. I know she said she wanted to move that declaration in open, because I get the feeling that Councillor Gates was wanting to participate. Yeah.
She just wants to make sure that she's got the declaration on the books for the
Got
full
you.
council meeting.
Okay.
Because it's in
So,
regards
okay,
to Malfa.
So we can do that after, so in which case, yeah, all right, we can vote on this while, if Councillor Gates isn't doing that. So, and it was
Are we
screen,
in open or close at the moment?
sorry? Yeah, but which one is?
Need to do both of those, or both in place.
Yeah, they're both enclosed, but as far as Dominic. Before she comes in then. Oh no, she can do the declaration and leave. Yeah. So what we might do is, if it's 7.2, so if Councillor Gates wants to move the declaration, and then you can leave the room when we take the vote, if you like.
Item to put on my declaration, the city economy. I'll give this to the minute secretary in a sec.
Yes.
Activity.
Well, yeah, because Donna
Update.
actually moved that one, so yeah.
And what I want to declare, councillors, is that I'm a beneficiary of Harchelma Proprietary Limited, trading as the Gates Family Discretionary Trust, which operates primarily at Sanctuary Cove. I therefore will not participate in the debate, given that the report mentions Sanctuary Cove as a participant in the program. And I will provide this to the minute secretary and leave the room. 5555. 706.
Moved Councillor. Noting the report, moved Councillor Tozer, seconded Councillor Young. We'll take the vote on that. All those in favour? That is carried. We'll bring Councillor Gates back in for 7.1. Thanks, Councillor Tozer, as Councillor Gates was a mover of that one. Gates, you indicated in close that you were happy to move 7.1. Thank you. So moved Councillor Gates, seconded Councillor Tozer. Councillor Gates, did you wish to speak on this?
Well, only to say, Chairman, that I don't know what the recommendation says now. I'm sorry. It's a confidential document, so I want to be sure I don't
Yes.
overstep the mark in talking about the recommendation. But yeah, look, all I'll say is that we're happy to support the screen industry, and we recognise the value that that industry is to our economy, and that we want to continue expanding our interests. So happy to move it.
Thanks, Councillor Gates. Councillor Tozer? Yep, all good. All right, councillors, we would take the vote on that. All those in favour? That is carried. I did mention at the beginning of the meeting confirmation of minutes, but I never actually got a mover and a seconder because then the conflict came up, so we didn't actually do that one. So I am looking for a mover for the confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Tozer, seconded Councillor Young. Everyone's happy to take the vote on that. All those in favour, that is carried. Councillors, we come back to the two items that are in open. The first one is the Springbrook Cableway update report, and I think Jeff is going to. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, unless you've just got questions for Jeff, unless Jeff actually wants to make a bit of a presentation on it. Sure. Yeah, Darren, yeah.
Is the mic on? All right. Didn't know about that.
That's a change. That's pretty good job.
That's one of the templates. Okay.
The wrong report. This is a revitalisation.
Right, good afternoon, councillors. So at our last update to you on this matter in July last year, Council resolved to seek confirmation that the state would endorse a future referral under the EPBC Act, that's the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, prior to progressing efforts on the concept of a cableway to Springbrook. So the state responded to the request, acknowledging that the city was being very proactive in preparing the way for this opportunity to go forward, and confirming that it wanted us to undertake consultation with traditional owners and with the wider community. The state reaffirmed its previous view that it will consider the outcomes of the consultation with traditional owners and with wider stakeholders as part of any request for state involvement in the concept. So in the report before you today, we're recommending that we commence that consultation with traditional owners and that we develop a draft community consultation strategy to bring back to you for consideration and decision as to the next steps. Now, I thought it'd be useful to stand back maybe before we get into some of the detail and provide context for the project, including from my own perspective, not having been part of the earlier development of this concept on the Gold Coast. So if we look at the council strategy and the context of the council plan, so we have an outcome there that the Gold Coast is the best place to visit in Australia. And then one of the measures for that is that we have higher visitation spend. So in the tourism industry, and I can speak from my former role with the state government leading this, so to get high visitation, you need to get repeat visitation, and to get people to keep coming back to your destination, you need to keep bringing online new attractions. And we know over the last 10 to 15 years, Queensland, and the Gold Coast is included in this, we have been losing market share to interstate competitors, particularly down south, because we haven't been bringing online new attractions in the same way our interstate competitors have been. So this has seen, for example, the rate of international visitor expenditure on the Gold Coast in the 5 years before COVID, obviously when the whole world changed. But during those 5 years up to 2019, when globally tourism was booming, our rate of growth of international visitation and visitation expenditure was a lot lower than that of comparable interstate destinations. So we were less than half that of Sydney and less than a third that of Melbourne in terms of the growth through that period. So just in terms of looking around at what others are doing in Australia, if you look at Google how they rank the top attractions in Australia, the Gold Coast currently does not have one listed in the top 25. So our highest attraction starts at number 27, and then we've got the theme parks and as well as Q1. And then Springbrook, interestingly, is the next one, which comes in at number 36 on Google. For the Lonely Planet, so another obvious source for prospective travellers to look at in terms of developing their itineraries. So in the top 23 for Australia, we don't have the Gold Coast listed in the top 23. The first three places go to Sydney with their iconic attractions. And then, interestingly, I thought Brisbane South Bank is actually number 4 in Australia at the moment on Lonely Planet. So in terms of council strategy, if we want to make this the best place to visit in Australia, and if we want to increase visitor spend on the Gold Coast, we need new attractions. And then this is one opportunity to do that. And then we also have in the council strategy an outcome around sustainable transport and providing our people, which includes our visitors that we host as well, choices to move around the city easily. So if we look at Springbrook in terms of how visitors get up there, we currently have very high volumes of cars and coaches driving up and down the mountain. There's also a significant cost to rebuilding that road when it's damaged from flooding, as it has been recently, and we now have a 2-year plus rebuild of that road, including a road diversion. So for mobility challenged visitors, so we're thinking about, either whether it's people with disabilities or elderly visitors, as well as residents, it's not an easy place to access. So again, in terms of going to that outcome and how we might be able to achieve it across the city, a cableway would provide a more sustainable way for people to get to Springbrook, and it would also be an easier way to access that national park. So in terms of some of the risks around this project, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about that very shortly, obviously there are environmental and commercial risks, and these are some things that we would look at and we would address through a detailed business case and detailed design of a project. I guess I should also clarify too, in case there's been sort of any misunderstanding, or at least this is my view, that this is not a project that council would fully fund. My strong advice would be, if council can de-risk this project for proponents, it would be a very attractive project commercially, and we would go to the market and we would find an industry proponent that would build it, such as we have seen go forward already in Queensland and in other parts of Australia. So we might just move to the next slide now and talk about the process that we're outlining. And to be clear that at this point, what we're seeking your endorsement of is to consult the community. One risk there, obviously, that we do need to be mindful of is, given the number of high priority projects that we have across council and the level of consultation currently underway on those, is that we may be overwhelming some of our residents, we might be confusing residents about priorities, and the way that we would address this, obviously, is coordinating within those consultations that are underway. We might be able to piggyback on an existing consultation and also to contextualise it, as I have talked about. I think there is a risk, were we not to consult traditional owners at least, given the state has asked us to do that. We know tourism is one of the few economic development opportunities for which traditional owners have comparative advantage in terms of ownership of land, an avenue to tell and share their traditional stories, and they have demonstrated this through increased interest in tourism development in Queensland, that they're very well placed to lead or benefit from. So there is a risk there, were we to assume that we knew what they thought and not at least consulting them. So I'll leave it there, and I think I don't need to run through the slide on the screen in terms of the process we're setting out, and there's the paper too. We're very happy to take questions on the detail of the project.
Thank you, through you. So the first question I've got, I remember when we were last discussing this, that the CEO mentioned that there hasn't been potentially a clear analysis by the city of who the traditional owners are for what areas, and that there was going to be a full review of that prior to this. Has that been done? Is that work been done to identify traditional owners of specific areas?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, and I'll throw to Darren shortly in terms of the specifics. But I can say that we have identified at a high level who the key traditional owners or Indigenous stakeholder groups are. And I know from a state perspective that the expectation would be, regardless of which claims might have precedence at the moment, and we all know there's no native title determination over this area, but the expectation from the state is that we consult with everybody and anybody who expresses an interest in this project. But Darren can outline specifically who we have identified.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the understanding is that there's actually 3 layers to the consultation piece with the traditional owners. So the first one is with native title, is directly with Dangan or the Five Rivers people, and they're the registered native title claimant for the Gold Coast. So quite specific, we have an avenue direct with them as the first layer. In terms of the second layer, and that's around cultural heritage, is with Jabree and with the Dangan people again, and that's for the specific area that's in the focus area that we've got on a plan on the next slide. And then, as Jeff said, it's a broad consultation piece with anyone who has a traditional owner that has a connection with the actual land. And that land can be the whole of the Gold Coast.
Can you give me an idea of how many families you imagine that would represent? If we take out the whole of the city part, just the first two, how many families is that? Is that like one family for each, or?
So through the chair, just to clarify, you're talking about native title and cultural heritage in terms of those two layers?
Those two layers where you've identified there's specific
Yes.
groups of people. How many families do you think are in there for you to engage with?
So through the chair, with native title, it's actually through the Queensland Services, Queensland South Native Title Services. So they're actually the legal representation for that group. At the moment, we have been just emailing and keep them up to date with the progress of this particular issue. We haven't had direct engagement per the council direction. In terms of cultural heritage, again, with Jabree, we have a contact that the city uses all the time for those cultural heritage studies. And then, obviously, with Dangan you're back through the Queensland South Native Title Services as well for that cultural heritage. In terms of the families that are represented, you can go online and actually look at the board for Dangan and the registered claimant groups.
Just to give me an idea, is it like one or a dozen, or have you got any kind of... I just don't have really any sense. Are we talking with about 2 families that represent that area? Are we talking about a dozen or 20 or...?
Through the chair, I guess the best answer to that, and that's probably the learnings from dealing with the cultural precinct design process, is that the relationship goes back to Jenny Graham, who is the original, and then there's a number of families under that cascade down. I wouldn't be able to comment on all the different layers.
Could I just add to that? If there's a concern, given, I guess, it's not clear because we don't have native title determination, just by way of example, in the last major ecotourism development I led in my last role with the state government, this can be done through groups. So we had quarterly consultation meetings. Different people from the Aboriginal groups turned up at different times, but we considered, once we'd run 4 quarterly consultation meetings, that we had consulted sufficiently.
Councillor Tozer.
So just have some questions a little bit about that. So you've touched in your presentation about there being 4 quarterly. Does that mean that were we to resolve the recommendation today, this next process might take between 12 and 18 months?
I don't think we could put a time frame on it until we had actually engaged with, like Darren was saying, Queensland South Native Title Services and got some advice around how we should do this. So I was talking about a different part of Queensland. I think that sounds like a reasonable time frame in terms of the full consultation. I'd hope we might be able to engage with the key people and get a top-level view before that. And given that there isn't any substance around the built form around this idea and just the picture we're looking at, what's the nature of... Help us understand what a traditional owner consultation looks like when we're really just kind of looking at a greyed out area on a map. What are we asking them? What sort of things are we talking about? So I think it would be, through the chair, very open and very high level. So we'd want to actually listen to them around what this place meant to them. So rather than talking specifics of infrastructure, it's too early for that. I think obviously we would focus and talk about, there is an opportunity here to have a cableway type development, but really the significance of the place, hear their stories, including, the histories of the different families that move through there, who we should be talking to, and generally get their feel for if this is something that they would support. Talk about their aspirations for economic development for their peoples, how tourism fits within that, if this is something that would align with their aspiration for tourism development within their country. And just a follow-on question from that, at the moment, again, in your presentation, you kind of talked a little bit about there being
other concurrent consultations having only recently occurred. Darren talked a little bit about the cultural precinct one, and you mentioned there was others. Off the top of my head, there's the light rail, there's Greenheart, there's the Spit, there's a few different things going on. How many are there in the city where we're engaging with traditional owners at the moment?
Thanks for the question through the chair. I can't answer that. We could take it on notice unless either Darren or Elton had some sense of that.
That's all right. I'm happy to have it on notice if that's all right.
We will take it on notice.
And is there, in our experience with those consultations, have we observed traditional owners leveraging one project off others? Do they see government in general, or are they able to be quite targeted in the way they provide feedback about a specific project?
Sorry, I can't answer that because I haven't been involved in the other consultations, but it looks like Elton might have a view.
Through the chair, it's generally the latter that's quite targeted on the area of concern or the potential project or the issue of the day.
Okay. I think that's my questions. Oh, sorry, last question. Sorry,
did you say you have more questions?
No, I think that is my questions, but I have one last question. Throughout this whole process, we've been talking about this for close on 2 decades now. In the last decade, has there been any proponents that councillors might not be aware of? Like, I haven't seen anything on any report. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Is there any proponents that are even kind of dancing around the idea or expressing informal interest?
I'd say thank you for the question, and through the chair, the issue with projects like this is the environmental approvals and the native title ILUA processes are difficult, and so that's why you see governments across Australia leaning in and de-risking these projects before proponents come forward, because there are easier opportunities for the companies of the scale that we're talking about. So it's not going to be, in terms of the big resources companies and, the major infrastructure companies, they're not the ones that would be running a cableway to Springbrook. For the type of company, it really requires government to de-risk it. So it's been too early to have that conversation.
Okay.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, please, through you, Chair. I note in the funding it suggests that the allocated amount from 21-22 be used for the traditional owner consultation. In the previous resolution, it also mentioned the environmental values audit. And was it what is the anticipated cost of the traditional owner consultation, and was it originally intended that we cover off on the environmental values audit as well from that funding? And my reason for asking is because I'm not sure what the environmental values audit will bring forward, but if it brought forward that some of the vegetation is extremely sensitive and would be problematic, what's the point of doing the traditional owners consultation? So maybe you can give me some guidance around those two things and why we would do one without the other at this point in time.
Yeah, really good question, thank you. Through the chair, so we obviously do want to do this in a fiscally responsible manner. We do feel for the stage of this concept and for conversations with traditional owners, we know enough about the environmental values from the designations. We know that's National Park, we know that's World Heritage Area, we have mapping ourselves of some of the ecological values. So we were not anticipating doing that before we engage with traditional owners. Darren's better placed to talk about some of the budgetary allocations for the different aspects of the project.
So through the chair, the original report to council around community consultation and the traditional owner engagement was the 500,000. The environmentals audit was an addition that was added on the floor of council for that one. As Jeff pointed out, we'd probably have to come back if council do want to proceed with that body of work in parallel with the consultation piece. We'd probably have to come back and actually just determine what the brief is, the scope is, and the cost to do that additional body of work.
Any idea based on previous audits? No?
Through the chair, we'd have to take it away and actually scope it up. We did have some preliminary conversations with our natural areas unit around what that would actually look like, and we did go back to our original consultants around the feasibility.
Okay.
But it would be a scoping exercise and coming back to council with the actual cost for that particular item. It's such a big area.
Okay, and in the report on page 17, it mentioned similar environments in other countries being sought for consideration and incorporation into the consultation strategy. In the third paragraph on our report on page 17, it says city officers are re-looking at the concept for the cableway to consider public transport and environmental benefits. And then it says information on dual-purpose cableways, passenger transport systems in similar environments in other countries is also being sought. So I just wondered, how is that being sought for, is someone visiting or?
Thanks for the question. No, it's more simple than that. So we're just talking to the likes of Doppelmayr around. Obviously, this has originally been conceived as a tourism industry development project, and obviously, we've all seen the Urbis report quantifying some of the economic benefits. But I think it's also worth looking at it, as I indicated in my introduction, as a public transport project. We don't know in terms of the benefits there yet, but we wanted to look around. It's more common in urban environments, so you might have heard about some in South America moving people through cities, but there are also some examples, and we just wanted to do some benchmarking around where you might have it for visitors, but also there's a resident access component too, to the cableway, to like a public transport benefit.
How many properties are up there, or that would have access to getting on or off? I mean, how many?
In the realm of 500, I think there might be 520 voters who vote at the Springbrook booth. It's a fairly isolated community. My recollection is there might be 500 voters, so my gut feeling is there's probably around that many properties.
Okay, thank you.
Given that there's probably 2.3 people per household.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, there are some studies online. There's quite a few you can look up in terms of the public transport benefit of cableway systems, and some really good case studies. So Paris is in the process of installing one now. It's a very good one in northern Italy, from the town of Bozen to Oberbozen, and there's some very good information and pictures and context available, which is not dissimilar context to here.
Might just add, also in terms of my introduction, I talked about the cost of rebuilding that road, and that's an increase in occurrence. So it was in terms of the, obviously we're not talking about a large resident population, but if you think about the costs going forward over the next 30 years of maintaining that road to Springbrook, whether there could be some advantages in supplementing that for resilience with a cableway. But we need to look at it.
Councillor, you're happy to go?
I had one before, but I can go.
Councillor Patterson, no, you guys will not come back to
Okay.
Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I did have some other questions, and I'll just go back. So my biggest issue with this is that we brought this to resolution last time. The resolution was there to go, look, let's see if we've got any agreement from the state government that if we meet this and this, that they'll come on the journey with us before we start. That's what we wanted. So now they've said, no, we don't want to. And the communications that we're hearing from the Environment Minister are really not very promising at all. So it is a little bit disappointing. And then when I read the letter, can I just ask, the letter to the Premier from the Mayor on page 20, that is for that resolution, right? I'm reading that correctly? That was the request?
Yes, yeah.
Because that doesn't, perhaps it happened at an officer level, but that doesn't actually express what the request was, which was, will you enter into an MOU with us? If we promise, we'll do the traditional owner consultation, we'll also do the environmental audit, and can we just have an agreement that if we do that, you're happy to take this forward? So my understanding is that that was the resolution that we were asking for, and I may, tell me if I'm mistaken, we didn't get that. I don't see how it's actually been asked for either. I'm not sure whether we have actually specifically asked the state government for that. And I'm left concerned, well, the state government are pretty much saying they're not very interested, they're pretty concerned, and when we wanted to get a bit of comfort from them before we started. And now we're just going on and assuming as normal that we'll just do it anyway, even though that was the point of our last resolution. So if you could just speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, thanks for the question through the chair, and I'm going to throw to Darren shortly because I wasn't here then in July last year, but my recollection, including having received the correspondence on the other side, was that there was the request for a memorandum of understanding predated this July request. So this was the second request. So the state declined to enter into an MOU with the City of Gold Coast. So, and then there was this request in terms of a commitment to EPBC Act referral, which it was declined. I'd say we do understand that the state has concerns around community support for the project on the Gold Coast, but receiving the proposal at a high level from the City of Gold Coast, they are saying, could you please engage with your community and show us the level of support for the project so they can understand where the concerns lie. But Darren can elaborate on the MOU and EPBC Act referral.
Through the chair, it's probably been answered. Just to clarify, so the Office of the Mayor, obviously there was a letter drafted to the Premier, and that did request, this is from the last council report, request support if in the future the city was to make some kind of city or proponent make some kind of referral regarding EPBC. And then you're correct, councillor. The feedback from the Premier's office wasn't very clear in terms of saying they wouldn't support or would support the EPBC, but they reiterated that they expected us to go away and do our community consultation and traditional owner engagement. We did follow up with a phone call just to clarify that particular with departmental officers, and they did confirm that is the intent of this letter.
Okay, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Through the chair. So I think my recollection of that request was for the city to attempt to de-risk some of the proposal, right? So we've talked a lot today about de-risking, and I think that at the time we all saw the need for the state and the federal governments to be on board, otherwise we were at risk. And the fact that they've replied to us in the nature that we can't quite understand what they're saying other than to say go and do some community consultation, I think actually emphasises for me that risk is still there, you know. So, and having experienced the same type of conversation in 2013-14 from the other side of politics in Queensland in regards to the level of support that the state government provided for the Broadwater Marine Project, it sounds frighteningly similar in regards to keep on spinning your wheels and we'll be there in a moment, you know. So my question is in regards to the community, the consultation with the First Nation representatives, and whether or not we have given any consideration at all to engaging with them as a prospective proponent. And I think it's something that I said last time as well, that without the state and the federal government being prepared to give us a clear indication of their support and basically saying go and do your consultation, I think that at the very least we should start by engaging in a respectful manner with the First Nations along the lines of, are you interested in being a proponent and in fact the lead proponent, you know. So because otherwise I'm frustrated that we didn't get what we asked for last time and we still remain at risk, and we're talking about committing $500,000 to a conversation that it won't achieve what we're looking to achieve. And if you can make a question out of that, that'd be great. But like, I mean, as in, so the fundamental question is, have we given any consideration to leading with a, would you like to be a proponent or involved as being a proponent?
Great question through the chair, absolutely. So that would be one basis for engaging with traditional owners to test if they had interest, if they had capability. And this is not a tomorrow project, so it might not be capability now, but it could be capability that's built towards being a lead proponent for this. I think if that were to eventuate, it would significantly change the equation on the state government's perspective. So definitely a conversation angle we would want to pursue.
Right, councillors, any more questions here? So for Jeff or for Darren, no?
If there isn't any more questions, I'm probably going to play with a resolution that might be different to what the officers recommend. But I don't want to do that until everyone's had that chance to interrogate the matter.
Okay, it looks like everyone's asked all the questions that they needed to ask.
So I'm going to propose a motion that council take no further action on this matter. I don't want to rush. She's just going to write it down, I think. Take no further action until a public market-led expression of interest is submitted to council. Well, that's one. And two, that the allocation of $500,000 be, what is it reallocated to? The Strategic Priorities Reserve until that time. And I'm very open to getting some collaboration from my colleagues on the wording that makes most sense, but I'd like to speak to that if you're open to it.
Can I ask what you actually mean by public market-led expression? Are you expecting the city to start advertising, or are we just going to wait for somebody to come and make an unsolicited expression of interest?
Yep. At the moment, what I think, based on the motion, if I don't have a second to say, are you happy for me to speak to what I'm answering? Can I answer the question? Is that all right?
Yeah, I think you.
So what I'm attempting to achieve is twofold. Firstly, I think that $500,000. We've written to the state asking for a memorandum of understanding. They've written back to us saying they're not going to give us that. They want us to do traditional owner consultation. We've written to them again asking for some assistance in relation to the referral under the EPBC Act. They've written back to us being very nondescript about that request and referring us back to traditional owner consultation. I'm actually uncomfortable about spending $500,000 on traditional owner consultation when we don't have a proponent or a proposal yet to talk to them about. I think that is not a good use of $500,000 of ratepayers' money. I think we could deploy those resources into other strategic priorities that have an economic outcome much better at this time. But I'm not opposed to the idea of a submission being received, and when that happens, we can take a look at it. I think Councillor Owen-Jones made some really good points about the idea of our objective in undertaking this body of work is to de-risk the project, and it occurs to me both the state and anecdotally the federal government don't seem very interested in going down this de-risking process with us, and I'm not reassured based on the officer's response to the questions today that the traditional owner consultation will satisfactorily de-risk the project for a proponent. So until we know what a proponent might want to do, or we have greater detail on what is actually proposed, I actually think we're spending money or proposing to spend money now on the traditional owner consultation that will ultimately have to be redone anyway. that's, I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Owen-Jones, but that's what I'm seeking to achieve. I don't want to shut people down from coming up with ideas for the city. I'm actually really excited about market-led proposals that drive economic outcomes. But I also don't want to spend $500,000 of ratepayers' money on something that, frankly, a market proponent probably should spend their money on. I don't really want it to be secret. I don't think it's satisfactory that someone makes an unsolicited private approach to the council or to an elected official. I think it should be a public market-led expression of interest. They need to put their skin in the game.
Look, we still don't have a seconder for this, so I think...
Does that answer the question? No, I'm happy to answer. That was answering the question. It's kind of opening debate as well.
Yeah, so, as I say, yeah, so I have to be careful that we don't get into debate unless we've got a seconder. Councillor McDonald, you will second the motion. Okay. All right. So if that's the case, I will then just open it up to questions, because I think Councillor Patterson's got a question, and I think Councillor Hamill has a question too, which I'm gathering is through me to you, Councillor Tozer, I'm guessing. Yes. So, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, and through you to Councillor Tozer. I think his changed recommendation, I have more comfort with it than the proposed recommendation, even though, well, there's one element of it, the word public, I think, it would just, I can't think of a company that would do that. There's just so much risk for them. Why on earth would they do that? And they're allowed to actually just say to the Chief Investment Officer, hello, we'd be interested in this. I mean, that means we get no one, that word. But I am interested in it. I am also interested in a potential other recommendation where we do go down the communal consultation strategy, if it is with the intent of the traditional owners being the proponent, because I think that's the only way that it does de-risk it. But I think it's probably too soon for that. I don't think that they're probably ready for that. I'm not sure. So unless you could give me a persuasive argument as to why that may be suitable now, I'd be supporting Councillor Tozer's recommendation.
Jeff,
just on that last point around proponent capability, realistically would probably be a JV, joint venture type operation, where you would have the traditional owner that would be a co-proponent with an established operator. And also, just to clarify, the proposal is not the $500,000 to be spent on traditional owner consultations. That would be part of the $500,000, probably the minority part. There's also the environmental audit that the Deputy Mayor asked about. There's the development of the wider community consultation strategy that would be brought back to Council.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Chair, through you to Councillor Tozer. So I can understand where you're trying to take this, that I guess you're trying to bring it to a head a little bit, and you believe that we've probably got our steps out of alignment here a little bit. Would you see merit in why, if we're going to look for this, if we're going to look to take it in a different path and to actually go out to market and see if there is any interest at all before we bother with any consultation, why that has to be led by industry instead of council doing the expression of interest campaign and us getting back all the results through a process that we have more control over, versus possibly getting different submissions that are of a very different scope and all over the place, versus if the recommendation was we just council go to expression of interest now, see what's out there, but at least we have the control over what the scope of that is. Are you comfortable with me answering the question?
Yes.
So my primary reason that I think it needs to be market-led and not council-led is because we don't own any assets on which this project will be delivered. I think it's National Park primarily. I think 99% of the land that we're talking about is National Park land. And I'm neither here nor against, I'm neither for nor against a proposal, because there isn't enough substance in the proposal for me to form a view. What I do think this motion seeks to do is basically halt the process until we have actually something we can consult and talk about. Because at the moment, I have, as you might imagine, in Division 9, I have lots of conversations about the cableway being a good or bad idea, but unfortunately, there's no detail around what it might, how it might impact World Heritage biodiversity areas, which lots of people say are really precious to them. There isn't any substance around economic output, with the exception of the Urbis report that established some feasibility, which I read and thought, of course there's an economic outcome. The main reason is we don't own the land. It's not our project. I don't think we should lead it.
Interested to hear other councillors' thoughts. Chair, I can see the positives and negatives in this, in not leading it, but that also means we don't have any control over the scope of it. And Councillor Tozer just posed a few very reasonable questions that his community regularly raise, and I regularly hear from our colleagues as well, that if we were to lead it, the expression of interest campaign, at least they could be direct questions that we made respondents submit to, but I'm interested to hear from others.
Well, okay, I'm going to throw my one bob's worth in. For me, whether we lead it or whether we don't, I don't really see. I don't really agree with going down the track that Councillor Tozer. I'm probably on my own here from listening to everyone else. For me, it looks very much like a chicken and egg situation. The fact is, if we don't go out to the traditional owners and consult and find out whether it's something that they would support, we need to know what that land means to them. We need to know whether they are potentially going to be part of a joint venture or not. We need to know, because what I'm saying is nobody is going to come forward with an idea if they don't know that they're going to have the support of the traditional owners. So it's just dead in the water. To me, we need to go down that path if we're serious about looking at a cableway as another tourism offering, which we desperately need. Whether this is the right place for it, I mean, there are other sites that have been touted over the years as well. But first and foremost, and I don't think, as Jeff said, we're going to spend $500,000 consulting with the traditional owners. But that, to me, the report, I think we're getting caught up on the money in the sense that, it's not saying we're going to spend $500,000. But we have to have that conversation first, because if they say, no, we're not interested, it's dead in the water. If they say, yeah, do you know what, we'd like to look at that, we think this is something, forgive me if I'm wrong and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in Cairns, I think the traditional owners were, is it Cairns, but were very supportive, were actually very supportive of the idea of a cableway. Contrary to what a lot of people thought, they actually said, look, we think this is fantastic, and that was the catalyst for getting it up, quite honestly, because we're not going to go anywhere. So I think we have to go out and ask the question. So that's my view. So I can't really enter that debate of should it be publicly led, should it be privately, because I don't support either. I think we need to go out and ask for those reasons. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, sorry, and following on what you're saying about Cairns, who did lead that cableway project and whose land was it at the time when it was initially?
It was before my time, so it was early 90s, but I understand it was developed by Skyrail, who continue to operate it. So that's the Chapman family and the local traditional owners of the Jabbergai people in Kuranda. And so they've always been very supportive of tourism development in the tropical north. So they have employment agreements with Skyrail, and significant numbers of their people are employed. They also have agreements around storytelling and interpretation throughout the attraction. That's not to say, because I am aware there have been some frictions. That's not to be unexpected over, a 3-decade experience working together. But overall, it seems to be very positive.
Sorry. Can I just follow up? Thank you. So you're saying that was led by private, but obviously when it came to the table private, it was then led by state or council at that point, or do we know, again, how that Because what I'm hearing here is we're having a conversation whether the Indigenous are part of a process and whether they're going to be involved or would be interested. But we're talking about council leading it, state government lead it, or commercial. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of how that happened in Queensland up in Cairns.
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, I wouldn't want to get it wrong, so I won't comment. I'll just say, from an industry development perspective, the key questions around a project like this are going to be: is there market demand? I think the IBIS report showed that there is. I think we know intuitively that there is. Is there tenure? Well, most of the proposed alignment, as sort of broad as it is public land, so yes, in theory there is tenure. Is there funding? We know commercial enterprises want to develop something like this. And then the last question is, are there approvals? And that's the biggest question. As I said before, will the traditional owners support it in terms of their native title interests? And will we be able to get an EPBC federal approval for a project like this? So if you ask industry, they will come back and say, we're not confident that those approvals or that they themselves are able to secure those approvals, so government needs to lead it.
Sorry, did you done? Go on.
Just
You have one more question, then I'll go to Councillor O'Neill.
So just listening through it to unlock it all, somebody needs to do a body of work to see whether traditional owners will be part of it to unlock it, whether it's ourselves, private enterprise or state government or federal. That's the core of it, unlocking whether this type of project will go under moving forward.
That's it exactly. So it's de-risking it. So we know in terms of the threshold questions, Indigenous approval and environmental approval, we need to be clear that they can be obtained before progressing further. And we don't know if we can get Indigenous approval, an ILUA, Indigenous Land Use Agreement, until we talk to them.
So I go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I just go back to the Premier's letter on page 22, and it does say, as previously advised, the Queensland Government will consider the outcomes of this consultation as part of any later request for state involvement in the concept. You can either take that as a positive or a negative, and yeah, they're not clear. It's a bit disappointing. But I guess I'm with Councillor Taylor in somebody has to start this process. But is it necessary at this stage to talk about an environmental audit until we've actually done the consultation? Because really, if the consultation is quite negative from those stakeholders, it's probably dead in the water as far as I'm concerned. So, and if it's a minimal amount of money, and we don't know how much, but I'm assuming you'd have a little bit of an idea of time frame for staff and consultants.
Thanks for the questions, Councillor. So through the Chair, absolutely we want to do that sequencing. So there's two threshold approvals. Let's talk to the Indigenous people first and see if we can get that approval before we go deeper looking at EPBC approval when we feel we have enough of a sense of the threshold issues there. I mean, we know that it will require EPBC approval because there's matters of national significance, national park, World Heritage Area. And then in terms of the quantum of funding, I'll see if Darren has some sense of that, having done this work on the Gold Coast previously, but we'd want to get some advice around the best way to approach the different native title groups that we need to talk to here, but we have identified at a headline level where we would start. But Darren, do you have a sense of the quantum of funding we'd be talking about?
So through the Chair, the 2020 report outlined a cost estimate of the $500,000, and that was to do the traditional owner piece and also to do the community consultation piece based on a brief. Obviously it's 2020 figures, but obviously we can build the process to suit the budget. The other thing, just to clarify, it actually is the $500,000 was from the tourism levy, and we've re-provided that that sum over the last few years while this has been considered by council.
Councillor Gates.
Chairman, I'm just going to foreshadow the officer's recommendation today. and I won't speak to that till I see how we go. But I would, you know, I'm wrestling with this a little as well as everyone, but I would like to foreshadow that, and then I'll speak to it.
So what I'll do, I'll go to you, Councillor Tozer, because you've got a motion there, as it's been seconded. We've got a foreshadowed motion there, the officer's recommendation, but I think I'll ask you now to speak to your motion if you so wish.
My recollection is it was seconded by Councillor McDonald, is that right? Yeah.
Just before that,
yeah.
Good. Do you mind taking on board what Darren said about the reserve? Do you think that we might be able to tighten up the strategic priority reserve isn't where it came from? So it was wherever it was. It was
The tourism levy.
So you're sending it, you're seeking to reallocate $500,000 and put it in a strategic reserve where it was raised initially for the levy. So it might be that...
To its original source.
Yeah, it might be that our Chief Financial Officer might be able to provide some advice. So at least line 2 is right.
I made some assumptions about that, and I would prefer it was returned into a reserve that is used for a similar purpose as tourism activation and or whatever it was. That's where I would like it to be. I kind of thought that would be that right reserve, but evidently maybe not.
Here's a Jackie Rock.
Oh, hello.
So it should remain in the reserve, and I'll grab the reserve name for it.
Okay, so it should remain in a reserve?
I'll get the name of the reserve.
Okay.
It's not to be reallocated out, just to remain in that same reserve.
Okay.
Could pick up with you. That's why you're chair of governance.
I think what I'm hoping to not do is retain that amount of money for this purpose until, yeah. But one thing I was going to raise is I've heard our colleagues talk about the public nature of what a market-led expression of interest, and I'd like to take that and incorporate that general feedback. I wonder if Councillor McDonald would accept if we just remove the word public. Yeah, you okay with that? So then it's just a market that's basically, yeah, that does change the motion with your consent, Chair?
Yeah, of course, if the second is happy.
Yep. Yeah. So do you want me to speak to it, or how do you want me to?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, so I think it is respectful of traditional owners that they might ask us questions about environmental impact. I think it's respectful of us to think about that being important to them, because the land is very precious to First Nations people, and I don't think we have sufficient information about that. I think it's reasonable for traditional owners to ask a proponent or the council about possible employment agreements similar to those that have been struck in Kuranda, in Cairns. That's both reasonable, and it's a fair expectation of either a proponent or council to be able to provide some information about that. I don't think we have satisfactory insights about that. I think it would be reasonable for any traditional owner to ask us questions through this consultation process about things like sacred sites or sacred practices that are continuing, or maybe they're no longer occurring, but I think it's reasonable and fair that they might ask us questions about that as part of the traditional owner consultation. And I don't think we have information about that, because I don't really think we have a route, and I don't think we really have much more than a very vague area where it might occur. And I think it'd be reasonable, given the models demonstrated elsewhere in successful cableway type products or cableway kind of tourism attractions that have traditional owner engagement. They may want to ask us questions about things like profit sharing or economic outcomes, or ways that such a development or a proposal might enhance their quality of life or their interests, whatever they might be. I think all of those things are reasonable, and I think council lacks any sort of substantial information about that. And it's for those reasons, I think, that we have been effectively trapped by the state government by asking us to do a traditional owner consultation, with the state government fully understanding that we can't give the information that we need to, because this project or this proponent at this point in time is not mature enough for us to do that with any sort of substance, any sort of it can't be done in the way that it should. With that in mind, I think councillors should support that the $500,000 should go back into a project that it was raised for. The tourism levy is intended to diversify our tourism product. There are lots of products that we could potentially deliver in our city, even many in the hinterland that are at various stages. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the Economic Development team, the Chief Investment Officer, over coming months about those sort of proposals. And I think that any number of those other proposals would be a better spend of our $500,000 that is proposed to go to the Cableway project here. I'd like us to support this motion and choose to go in a different direction at this time.
Councillor Gates.
Well, in order to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, I guess I need to express my reasons for not supporting Councillor Tozer's motion. And I'm wrestling with this because I've been here a long time, and for many, many years, as you have, Councillor Lacastre, we've seen this come up time and time again in our destination management plan, and it's always formed part of the long-term strategic objective in this city to have a cableway. We know from the Urbis report that there is market demand for such. My own personal feeling has always been that before we could support a cableway project, we would need to ensure that all environmental and amenity issues were addressed for any members of the Gold Coast community who may be impacted. But more important than that now is consultation with the traditional owners, because unless we actually go there and do that, we're nowhere. And I think that there will be a great reluctance for any private company to come forward and make this proposal with the level of uncertainty that exists around this chamber today. I mean, there's not one of us here who is totally confident that this project can proceed, but we will never ever know unless we go and do the necessary consultation with the traditional owners of the land. It's so important that we do that. I know that Councillor Patterson has mentioned that we perhaps should exclude the community consultation strategy at this time and focus purely on the consultation with the traditional owners as a first step, and then perhaps bring that back. So I might change the foreshadowed motion just slightly if Councillor Tozer's motion fails. But and I would like to suggest in that we could restrict the spending to a lot less than $500,000 to consult with the traditional owners. But I just felt that I needed to explain my reasons for opposing the motion that's before us at this point in time.
Thanks, Councillor Gates, and which is similar to my concerns, in fact exactly the same as my concerns about the motion before us, and so basically you're totally reiterating exactly what my concerns are. So, and yes, as I say, there was nothing in there there's nothing to say that we're going to spend the whole $500,000, and I tend to agree that, as I say, traditional owners, we go nowhere without them. It is dead in the water if they're not interested, so it's not worth going further afield. So I will certainly be supporting the foreshadowed motion, should it come to that. But of course, there's a motion afoot and we may not get there. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and I just want to say that I won't be supporting the current motion, and I do agree with Councillor Gates. I think what I've taken out of it today is a bit of unlocking of the de-risking needs to happen at some point for us to understand whether it's a realistic project for the city moving forward. I think there's a lot of work to be done in that space to get there, but I'll be really interested in what type of investment we are looking at to do the the traditional consultation, but I think I totally appreciate where Councillor Tozer is coming in relation to this, but I think we need to unlock the question of, is it going to be a feasible project for the city in the medium and long term? And unless someone actually grabs that ball, I think we're just going to keep talking about it for the years to come. So I think if we can come up with a small investment to try and unlock that to give us more clarity, I think I'll be more in support of that. So thank you.
Councillors, if no one has got anything else to say, I'll go back to Councillor Tozer to close.
Thank you, Chair. There are lots of exciting ideas in the hinterland. There are market-led proposals for some of the longest zip lines in Queensland, adventure tourism that's unbelievable. There's already 2 locations that have active mountain biking, and then probably 5 locations that people mountain bike on a regular occasion. And I think that's a growing and an opportunity untapped currently for our city. And even just today, I was meeting with the CEO and talking about some of the untapped opportunity with walking trails. You know, Tasmania's had an amazing success in tapping into walking tourism and people who travel into large parklands and do some amazing stuff. And they're just 3 ideas that I think are better than this idea. I think this idea doesn't have a proponent. It doesn't actually have any skin in the game currently. It's just an idea that someone came up with 25 years ago that got knocked back from the state right now. And right now we can't even get the state and federal government on board with our letters. They can't even respond to our letters actually even noting the request. They're sending us back. Frankly, this $500,000 that we're talking about setting aside for this purpose, whether it's a traditional owner consultation or a future community consultation strategy or any number of other activities that might draw on these funds, those funds are better driven towards other ideas right now. There is no reason, we have no signals from the state or the federal government that they would look at any sort of proponent for this project favourably, and I lack any sense of certainty that undertaking the traditional owner consultation will either satisfy traditional owners, has sufficient respect for them because of the lack of substance. It actually undermines our reputation in engaging with traditional owners when we don't have the information that I'm confident they will ask for in order to form a view and provide us feedback. Frankly, we are not yet at the stage where we should be undertaking this. I think the state know that, and they're sending us down the garden path because they don't want to deal with it, and that's okay. If they don't like it right now, we shouldn't waste ratepayers' money on it. I hope councillors support this motion to take no further action. I think it's the right thing to do right now. I think it has respect for ratepayers' money. I think it has respect for traditional owners. And frankly, it allows us to free up those funds to advance other projects in our hinterland that are going to better, right now, support the diversification of our tourism economy in the city. Yeah, and I'll call a division.
Okay, debate is closed. Division has been called. All those in favour of the motion? Sorry, Councillor Tozer, Councillor McDonald. Against? So it's Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Young and Councillor Lacastre. So I think Councillor Gates has just made some tweaks to the officer's recommendation, I think. So we'll just wait for that to come up on the screen.
Did I say recommendation? Sorry, it should be commencement of consultation. Thank you.
obviously, before we get it to the motion, we still need to show.
Wasn't the recommendation that we have just considered a changed recommendation, not a...
Sorry? Well, it was changed from the officers, yes.
So why is it a procedural motion?
I didn't notice that's what it said. Let's have a look.
Sorry, so there was a change recommendation that Councillor Tozer proposed, which was voted down, but I had foreshadowed the officer's recommendation, but which, when I spoke to it, I was going to change it slightly.
Okay.
So shouldn't there now be under that, shouldn't that foreshadowed motion now just simply move down below the changed recommendation? Isn't that how it works? Darren, you know.
That's the wrong answer, Darren. Try again.
But your foreshadowed motion originally was the officer's recommendation, and now it's different. So that's where the confusion lies.
So we've had a change. We've had a change recommendation, right? And then now,
but
there was a foreshadowed where Councillor Gates indicated she was going to change it.
Yeah.
And so now this is
becomes the motion.
The motion, which is a change recommendation.
But I need a seconder.
Councillor Patterson, seconded.
If I can read the
I think we're right now, aren't we?
Yeah.
This is the money spending committee.
I think we call it the most expensive committee, not the easiest.
Yeah. So, Chairman, in speaking to it, I think we're selling ourselves short if we don't take this step. There has, I agree, been negativity in the response from the government, and I'm absolutely certain that any development of a cableway needs to be basically led by the private sector, but perhaps in consultation with the traditional owners. But we have the most magnificent World Heritage Biodiversity Area, and I recently travelled to someone who had rented an Airbnb at Springbrook, and to look down from Springbrook, you would not see a view like that anywhere in the world. So we firmly believe from the reports that we've seen over many, many, many years, and especially in the development of the Destination Management Plan, which we haven't looked at for a little while now, but it's still firmly in my mind that a cableway is something that would make a really big difference to our tourism offering. And I don't know that we'll get there. There's been government opposition for decades, as we know, because of the sensitivities involved. But I firmly believe that unless we take this next step, we'll never know. And I think it's a responsible step for us as the local government to take, given that the state has encouraged us to do so in the correspondence, despite not putting their full support behind the project.
Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I don't get to vote, but do you mind if I speak to it?
Not at all.
So I was actually really interested in coming today to listen to see where we landed, because, as you might have picked up from my earlier questions, it is really frustrating the position the state has left us in. And I'm probably of a different view to Councillor Gates in regards to who the proponent should be. I think if there's to be any chance of the cable car at all, it needs to be actually a proponent that's led by the First Nations people. And I think that the interesting thing about today is that it might be actually some first and important steps from this council in engaging with the traditional owners, and ultimately, if they show an interest in exploring the idea of a cable car through land that that they've got an intimate relationship with, that's something that I think that we should explore. We've spoken today about stakeholders, we've spoken about de-risking, we've spoken about governments, but I think fundamentally the key stakeholder is actually the stewards of the land that have been there for longer than anybody. And the fact that we've commenced a conversation without starting there in a way is probably a mistake, and it's probably a mistake that's happened for 20 or 30 years whilst these cable car ideas have bounced about. I've Googled very quickly Skyrail in Cairns. From what I can see, it was first mooted or approved in 1987, which, if Google is correct, that was in the dying days of the National Party-led state government of Joh Bjelke-Petersen. And the reality in 2023 is this state and this country is at a cusp of dealing differently with how and what and exactly how we should deal with First Nation interests. And if we can encourage a proponent to come forward, that would be great. But likewise, if the traditional owners are not interested in a cable car, that may indeed be the end of the entire conversation. Because as Councillor Gates has pointed out, we know how special that land is. It's not a World Heritage listed piece of Australia for anything other than the fact that it's amazing. So I think it actually. I've been really torn today listening, because I appreciate the idea of not spending any money, but I also very much appreciate the idea that we actually need to start that conversation, and it needs to start from a position of respect, and it needs to not be about it's actually not about stakeholders, and it's not about government, it's actually about respect, and that's where we need to start.
Just what we're doing.
I know. I just spoke for it, not against it.
And I will also speak for it. And like Councillor Owen-Jones have kind of been all over this place, certainly open and persuadable, this committee meeting. I consider the Arctic beech trees in Springbrook my spiritual home. The Antarctic beech trees, my spiritual home, is where I go for my spirit. So I can't imagine what that space is for people who's had their families there for thousands of years. In my opinion, there is a lot of tokenism that we have in our society around how we deal with traditional owners, which I find quite frustrating. This is not that. So this is a really straight, real conversation, and it's not ever a bad idea to communicate and to find out what people think. And that's why I've come to this position that I'm supporting this recommendation.
Any other speakers? Councillor Tozer.
I'm really encouraged, Chair, with the commitment to engaging with traditional owners in what is almost entirely Division 9. I've had the luxury and the privilege of meeting lots of people who live out in my area, and I've talked to lots of First Nations people. I don't presume to know what they might think about this, except in the private conversations I've had with people. And so the idea that we're embarking on this consultation exercise, it doesn't offend me. I actually think it's a really great thing to do. And I actually really appreciate the genuine comments of the councillors who've spoken before me about it. If that's, what they're hoping for, and then I can see why they would support the motion. With that in mind, however, I can't support the motion because I don't think we have enough information about what's proposed to have respect for traditional owners. I think it's really good to talk to people about what they think, whether they're traditional custodians of the land or whether they just are the residents or whatever. I think that's a really good thing. But I think when we engage in that sort of consultation, we should have enough respect for those people to provide them some very basic information about what we're actually talking about here. And I'm not convinced that we're at that stage. The intent of my previous motion was to seek a market-led proposal or proponent. That did not preclude First Nations people from potentially being that proponent, but it was enabling someone who has the interest in delivering the project to propose what we might start consulting the community about. We don't have that right now. The only thing that people can find on the internet is a cable car type service up in Cairns that's in wet rainforest as opposed to what is effectively kind of sclerophyll bushland, eucalypt bushland. It's a totally different environment. We don't have any other option in our city other than what is effectively a 25, 30-year-old proposal, put to us by a consortia that still include a state MP who talks about it in state parliament. I don't think that's substance that informs a good consultation. I don't think that's the right thing for us to do, because I think, unfortunately, that reality will taint the consultation we do undertake, and it might not be real, and it might not be authentic, and it might not be accurate. I don't think we should support this, and I can't support the motion. So,
if there's no other speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Gates to close if she wishes to.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I learnt that from Councillor Lacastre.
I thought you were going to say Worcester.
No, Councillor Lacastre said it first. I simply want to reinforce that I believe by supporting this motion today, we are in fact correcting the errors of the past, because we do need to know what the opinion of the traditional owners is, or else there's no point going any further. And it just may be that there's a view that this is preferable to any other ways of accessing that magnificent area. They may just decide that that this is the best possible outcome. I also mentioned earlier the environmental and amenity issues that are associated, and I want Councillor Tozer to be reassured that they are really important factors as well that would need to be considered, but this is the first step. And in order to ever see a cableway delivered in this city, we need to take this first step. And I, for one, don't want to pass up the opportunity again at this point in time, just to find out what the genuine view of the traditional owners is. So moved.
Okay, councillors, got to move Councillor Gates, seconded Councillor Patterson. Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? A division? Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Lacastre. Against? Councillor Tozer. Thank you. Councillors, we have one more item in open session. It is in open session, but if anyone wants to... Actually, does anyone want to take a break for 10 minutes? Or yeah? Would you like a 10-minute break? Okay, well, yes, okay. We'll have a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back. It's been a long one. Okay, streaming is back on, councillors. Councillors, we have one more item. It's the Surfers Paradise revitalisation. It is an open report, but obviously if there's any discussion on budget or anything to do with budget or funding, we may need to go into close. So yeah, as long as everyone can be aware of that. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again. So Surfers Paradise revitalisation. This is a significant investment. $90 million is a large number, but it is an investment that will help council achieve its strategy by delivering some key outcomes in the council plan. So the first one there that I'd like to touch on is sustainable. Oh, we're not up to the slides yet. We'll get to the slides. Yeah. Is sustainable economic growth, as well as the best place to visit in Australia. We know that Surfers Paradise is seen by many residents and visitors alike as the heart of our city. While the name of the project is the Surfers Paradise Revitalisation Project, I see this very much as a citywide project that will generate significant economic growth throughout the Gold Coast by stimulating increased private investment and jobs. Indeed, we believe that this project will pay for itself over time, and we can share some further information on that if you would like to see it. We know from visitor feedback, this is visitor feedback, so don't shoot the messenger, but this is what's come through our consultation on this project, that Cavill Mall and Cavill Avenue detract from the Gold Coast being the best place to visit in Australia. Surfers Paradise remains iconic, so we're going to need to overcome views held by residents and visitors alike that describe the mall as tired, underwhelming, disappointing. Again, as I said, not my words, their words. The second...
Yes?
It's important to me, given the whole report. Can I just have clarity around when that consultation was done? Because in reading the report, it suggested that in 2016 we first started, and that there was some consultation in 2019, which is 4 years ago. Has there been more current consultation with the broader community, both on the Gold Coast and tourists visiting the city?
Thanks for the question, and Trent has been leading this project, and the consultation predates me, so over to Trent.
Through the Chair, thank you for your question. The data that's referred to in the report comes from the 2019-2020 placemaking plan that the city placemaking team did, and that was when they were on, in Cavill Mall with the big heart painted in the middle. I think it was about 1,000, just over 1,000 respondents. So that data was compiled from the city placemaking, and through the presentation today, we can get to, I suppose, why our project started, and it was essentially on the back of that placemaking work. So the data in here is from that 2019 survey.
So even the estimates are from 4 years ago?
Correct. The data within the report is from the 2019 placemaking survey.
That's a concern to me. I just want to say at the outset that I don't believe we should be...
Not the cost estimates though, sorry. Not the cost estimates.
Oh, the cost estimates
No, that's based on the concept plan from today, but the data associated with the 46%, the consultation, the community consultation is from the 2019, but all the material with cost estimates is from very, very recent.
But the plan was from the 20... So it's a new plan?
It's an evolution of the plan that was presented in the placemaking plan. So it's taking those design ideas and turning them to a more of a refined concept plan and vision.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Chairman. I just wanted clarity on that before I listen to the rest.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So the second outcome in the council plan that this project would help us achieve is one of a safe community and accessible community infrastructure that supports social connection. So we all know that there are significant safety issues at times in Cavill Mall and Avenue, especially at night. And this revitalisation, as you'll see when we get to the slides, is intended to transform the area so that it attracts all ages, different demographics, including families throughout the day and night, which will create a much, much safer precinct for the Gold Coast. And then the third strategic opportunity that we have here that's part of the council plan is to leverage opportunities around 2032, and a key measure for that is civic pride. So in terms of civic pride, there have been no significant upgrades to Cavill Avenue and the precinct since the foreshore upgrade in 2011, followed by some very modest improvements that were done to the mall in 2013. So that is now a decade ago. So what we're doing when we talk about 2032 in the council plan is we're talking about building for the next 10 years and beyond. And I believe that this project would create a place that Gold Coasters can proudly say that they are proud of. In terms of others investing around 2032, we've just seen in the last few days the state and federal government announcing their joint investment of $7 billion in venues and public realm improvements for the Olympics. So similarly, if we want to be accruing benefits from 2032 for the Gold Coast, then we need to play our part and we need to be investing in public realm improvements as well. Just going back to the economic growth consideration for us here, we believe the investment would be catalytic. We can see, we all know how private investment has been booming in areas surrounding Surfers Paradise. So for example, Chevron Island, Main Beach, Broad Beach, and we assess that this is because those areas have seen, or they will see, the same kind of investment in public realm, public infrastructure upgrades. So in the case of Broad Beach, that started around the Commonwealth Games and also the Star Entertainment Group responding with their upgrades of the island. In the case of Main Beach, obviously we've got the Spit Master Plan, $60 million commitment to infrastructure public realm upgrades there. And in Chevron Island, we've seen with the Thomas Drive upgrades and the hotter developments that we've taken forward as council, that's provided confidence for the private sector to invest. And we don't see the same thing happening around Surfers Paradise. We believe that this proposal will encourage and provide the private sector the confidence that they need to do the same around Surfers Paradise, and that we have already seen in the case of the Paradise Centre, which obviously went forward without this kind of public investment stimulation because of its premium location on the Esplanade. We would see that level of retail uplift pull back right along Cavill Avenue down to the river. So we do feel that there will be a payback to council from this investment, from the increased economic activity and revenue it will generate. We have also provided optionality, as I said right at the outset. We recognise these are very large figures in terms of the investment that is proposed, and so there are options by both stages and then sections within the first stage that we can look at when we get to the slides. Just some of the risks that we should flag. Obviously, first and foremost, it could be that the community doesn't welcome these upgrades, including in relation to the proposed traffic modification, the closure of the Esplanade southbound. So as we talked about, albeit it was from 2019, we have undertaken significant community consultation as well as traffic modelling and engagement with our own traffic and transport colleagues to understand impacts. And we would continue the community consultation throughout the delivery of the project. There's also options in terms of when we might look at the southbound lane closure. We could do that as a trial. It could be in stage one or it could be at a later stage. There's also a risk that the private sector, for whatever reason, does not respond to the public investment in the public realm improvements that we are proposing. As I said, looking around what's happened in adjacent locations to Surfers Paradise, we would assess that that is unlikely. But if we wanted to lock in private sector commitments, there is an option to do that in terms of seeking contributions from local businesses. And then I know that in the current construction environment, it's front of mind for any decision maker around an infrastructure project like this, the risk of cost escalation. So we have undertaken cost estimates utilising an experienced and external quantity surveyor. So we think that this risk has been managed appropriately, and we have made a significant allowance for contingency. So that's some of the sort of strategic factors you might want to consider, councillors, and key risks. And now we could run you through some of the detail of the presentation if you would like to see that.
Councillors, do you want to see the presentation? Yes? Okay.
Thanks, Trent.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the presentation I'll go through is probably a little bit more detail about the concept vision itself, and it was a really good question before, thank you, Councillor Gates, about what we're presenting today. And there's a slide I've got that after this one that will show, I suppose, why we got to where we have today and the journey we've been on kind of looking at Surfers Paradise and the scope area. So I'll go through that very quickly. But as Jeff reiterated, the three pillars of what we described our work, taking some of the information we got from the Surfers Paradise placemaking consultation, was building on community pride and a place that locals love. We know if locals enjoy a place, that also brings tourism and gets additional night stay. So if locals love the place, visitors come as well. And then you take pride in taking your visitors to these places. There's enhancing small business by investing in the public realm. And I think what we've always said is probably keeping up with our brand promise. So the Gold Coast brand promise and Surfers Paradise brand promise. Covell Mall in particular doesn't meet that brand promise. And we're hoping that this concept vision kind of brings back our brand and our brand promise. Some of the facts that Jeff touched on, but just very quickly, Flying, these are in the report, is that we know that there's 2.7 million people visiting Surfers Paradise in 2019. And that is certainly rebounded post-COVID. 39% of accommodation providers on the Gold Coast in Surfers Paradise. 25% of new apartment projects are on the Gold Coast and in Surfers Paradise, and that is bringing a different demographic to Surfers Paradise from what we understand. There are more residents and more families beginning to move to Surfers Paradise, and they need a different type of public realm to what we've had before, which is why our focus of this design is bringing back families and making a place for people to dwell and stay, like the neighbourhood centres as you move south. Our RevPAR data is certainly increasing 20% from 2019 to 2022. There's 11 new high-rises under construction, again focusing on more residential development. 68% of the 4217 postcode. So Surfers Paradise is a big economic or rates contributor to the Gold Coast, but importantly the 4217. 68% of the rates come from Surfers Paradise within the 4217 postcode, about $72 million last year in rates. So some kind of key, some key factors of Surfers Paradise at the moment. Getting to today, so, and I think, and those have been around for a very long time, we know that we did major projects back in the day, did the Surfers Paradise foreshore redevelopment, which was a wonderful thing and very adventurous for its time, moving the foreshore out, creating greater public realm. And we've actually, our ideas from today actually leverage that idea of creating more public space and taking it a little bit further. So, but it's that original idea of creating more beachside space. Our team back then also did the Cavell Mall Master Plan, which was reduced in scope and in budget in 2012. And yes, there was that upgrade, but that upgrade was fairly minimal. It did remove some of the clutter and things like that, but the finishes, as we know, are asphalt, low quality finishes, things like that. But it's done its job, but it's probably, it's why big reason why it looks tired. Patrick's team, City Placemaking, did the placemaking plan and did some consultation, and Councillor Taylor provided $300,000 from Division 10 to do the body of work that we're presenting today, which really was taking the ideas and the foundations of the placemaking plan and turning that into a defined concept with defined staging and a cost estimate to bring today, so there can be decisions made. So we've taken the big broad ideas within the placemaking plan and I suppose put it into a concept framework. Some of the main ideas that came out of the placemaking, and I'll try and go through this fairly quickly, that were active public spaces, seating and meeting, shade and trees, family friendly, pedestrian mobility and public safety. So there's some of these key ideas that came out of the consultation, and what we did was we wrapped up a design vision and then also some placemaking pillars to inform our design. This is some of the advice back in the 2019 consultation. Things were about arts and culture, safety, attractiveness, green space and atmospheric, and Jeff touched on that earlier. So what was our design vision? What was the idea to run through every idea as we move through? And what we wanted to say was it's from river to coast. So identifying that strong link from the Nerang River right through to the beach, and that narrative of the Gold Coast, that narrative of headlands, bushland, that kind of, and the way that the sea and the river move. So that kind of organicness. From there, we developed some concept design strategies, 4 of them. So 4 pillars to continue to see how the concept design could progress. And they were grow the green. So that's, again, shade and comfort, creating places attractive. We know that places like Hastings Street and those kind of streets are welcoming because of that canopy and shade. Supercharging the experience. So Surfers Paradise has always been playful. How can we play on that, and how can we make sure that we supercharge that Surfers Paradise experience and be unique? Surfers Paradise has a unique offering compared to the rest of the Gold Coast. Open for all, so that's again bringing a different demographic back to surfers, families, things like that, and amplified brand surfers. So it's very similar to supercharged experience. What is the Surfers Paradise brand? How can it connect to Hodder and things like that? And then we've overlaid that through our master plan. So there's pockets of green, and so we'll go through this today, but really just this is our design language of these 4 pillars, moving through to our master plan. So our master plan really looked at a green shaded boulevard, fairly organic in its structure, moving from the avenue right through to the mall to the Esplanade. And the Esplanade created a series of headlands, very similar in its design narrative to Burleigh Heads, an ability to sit on a lawn in shade, move around that into different areas depending on the prevailing wind and sun, and recreate. There are questions, I suppose, around the engineering, and we'll get to that about how far it goes out of the east of the A line and things like that, and I'll touch on that a bit later for those questions.
Thanks, Chairman. So this doesn't go along Orchard Avenue, the proposal?
Through the chair, no, it doesn't.
That's absurd. Anyway, there you go.
Okay, so I'll just break down the different areas and then we'll get to the staging. So the Esplanade, as I described, was a series of headlands, or areas where you could sit, relax and dwell. And some of the findings were that the longer you have a place of an environment of which you like to dwell and sit, you are more likely then to spend money in a retail environment. So we've created pockets of which people can to sit, buy food, things like that, and dwell. Pockets of activation for temporary pop-ups like cafes, ice cream stands, allowing events still to happen, but also plazas in the sixes there, so you can open out to those broader vistas. This particular one has the southbound lane closure while remain northbound traffic, which is, we know, the most prominent traffic. We know that southbound lane closure works in a traffic modelling sense, provided there's some other network changes to happen, which we've considered into our estimates, and also having dedicated cycle lanes. From an engineering perspective, we're using very similar technology to what's out there at the moment for the seawall, a sacrificial seawall, but they do not project, or they only minorly project further than the current wall. So even though it looks like it, we're changing essentially the bathymetry or the way that they work, but they're not going out any further than the current walls. And these are just some renders. So areas to dwell, to relax.
Is that proposed to be real grass?
It is at the moment, yes, yep.
And do you know if we've got challenges growing real grass adjacent to?
We certainly do, and we have challenges growing grass in areas of high traffic, but we've asked the same question of our landscape architects, and yes, you certainly can, provided you get the right turf, you look after it appropriately, things like that, but yes, it can certainly.
And we expect
Acknowledging that we've got another project really close to us where we planted a whole lot of grass and now we're replacing it with artificial grass because of high traffic.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
As I described, there's plazas that have, or shade structures that have been architecturally designed that allow for shade, for places to dwell, but also for pop-ups. Other areas we think are important are things like water play. So these elements are, again, for families to enjoy, but also can have a nighttime experience. So could be lit up, have projections, things like that. So you do get that full day in the life. So you can go down with your family to the beach, play in the water play if you're a young family, but also come back at night and it can look very, very different. What we also know is that not all families love to be in the sand, but they also like to be close to the ocean. So this design allows that ability to be close to the ocean, but not have to be in the sand and also get shade. And that's representative of kind of the diverse tourism, the demographic and the type of people that come to Surfers Paradise. And some architectural intent. There's some ability to play with some of these forms. So the forms hark back to some of the things of the older era, but also to include interesting tile patterns underneath these structures and things like that, that allow a little bit of interest and colour back to Surfers Paradise. And these are all to be designed, but there's that ability to really, brighten it up. And just a bit of a cross-section. So Cavill Mall, we call this a bit of an organic shape. It allows it's almost a bit like a sand dune. It allows people to weave in and out if they like to, but also creates a main thoroughfare of around 7 metres down the middle for those large events and those people moving through the space. But it gives that feeling of organic move, so you can move in and out. It creates places for people to sit, to dine. We have created that space through a number of ways. One is removing the dining shelters underneath the 2 restaurants to the north, giving McDonald's, playing with the levels at McDonald's, so giving them their own little dining area and taking back some of that public realm. But most importantly, what we've done is we've looked to shift the road, Orchard Avenue, the road here just a little bit further to the north by taking out 3 loading bays and removing the dog leg of the road as it comes into Orchard Avenue. And that has allowed another 5 metres of public space. So the mall now, you can drag yourself all the way from the Esplanade right down to Surfers Paradise and kind of get that one design language through and wind it out. So at the bottom of Surfers Paradise Boulevard, you can almost get a view to the very end. And there's some architectural shade structures that are identified in 4 that are there to kind of lead you through. So you're always looking at this next structure. And again, those structures have been designed to have a nighttime character as well through projection and lighting. And these are just some renders of those type of things. The shade structures, there's large ones, so there's these large elements that allow you to travel down your path, see the next one, and these other structures that allow for shade, and there's some views that could be silk printed with photos of yesteryear of Surfers Paradise or where that might be to create interest. And again, a bit of a cross-section. These spaces are fairly large, so it's hard to just gather scale, which is why I thought these were important with regards to, you do have that main spine. And then Cavill Avenue down to the west. There's not a lot of intervention here other than really just improving the street characteristics there, and ability to drag some of the finishes from the further eastern part down through, and probably having a look at the park there about how you might improve that, create potentially a dining district or an area for dining pop-ups with the restaurants that surround it. Obviously, we've got the Remembrance Shrine there, so obviously maybe even making that more important and creating a space that could be used, for larger groups. We also think there's a relationship between that park and Circle on Cavill, and potentially an event overlay. We've got 3 there. We've kind of built an up and over or proposed an up and over to allow for an event that might straddle this whole park here. Right, and staging. So as Jeff went through, there's a number of ways to stage the project. We've shown a stage 1, which runs all of Cavill Avenue and Cavill Mall to 2 headlands, and then the further stages of the Esplanade. But that can also be broken up between the avenue, the lower western part, the mall itself from Surfers Paradise Boulevard to the avenue, and then you could potentially do the Esplanade as 1 stage or multiple stages as well. As Jeff said, there's opportunities also with regards to road closures or trials to be able to do the mall only, and then trial a one-way closure without much intervention to see, to get real-time data about traffic congestion, getting actual surveys from businesses and people out there to see what that's like. That's it. Thank you.
Just in relation to page 28 where it says about the growth of rate, where did that statistic come from, saying that it exceeds anywhere on the Gold Coast? Do we know? Surfers Paradise's rate of growth exceeds that of anywhere on the Gold Coast?
We've seen that in the LGIP. It's by numbers, not by percentage.
Well, on the page before, it says the population is currently 27,000, and at the moment there's 32,000 at Coomera, Upper Coomera. So I just don't get. There's been a 33.6% increase in the population at Upper Coomera over between the 2016 census and the 2021. So I'd just like to know where the information came from so that we're dealing with fact.
No problem. Through the chair, it's referenced as one as the Australian Bureau of Statistics.
The what, sorry?
So if we're talking about the projected increase of residential by 40% to 2021?
No, I'm talking about on page 28 where it simply says Surfers Paradise's rate of growth exceeds that of anywhere on the Gold Coast. In population, in residential development, in visitor numbers and in food and beverage. Now, I just don't believe that's true
I
at the
think
moment.
the councillor wanted to respond to that.
Thank you, and through the chair, we're currently now at 32,000, the last recent figures that's come through since COVID actually started and when this actual report started. So if you look at the recent numbers for all our divisions, you'll see that increase is reflected in that.
For our divisions, it's the whole of our division, not just simply Surfers Paradise. Surfers Paradise is not your whole division, correct? Just as Upper Coomera is not my whole division. I just wondered where the information came from.
I think, sorry, I'll just go to Brooke and then I'll come back to you, Dav.
I do remember in our last LGIP conversations, because I was quite fascinated by the population targets, that even, I don't think these words are actually correct, because rate of growth is much higher up north, but the increase in population numbers is higher in Southport and Surfers Paradise. So I agree, I don't think those numbers are right, but still we're expecting population to grow by more actual people in Surfers and Southport than other areas.
Through the chair, I guess the best thing for us is just to take that question on notice and we will clarify it before council. Thanks, councillor.
Okay, sorry, Darren, you wanted to answer the question again there before I go to Dav? No? Okay, yeah, I'll just go to Dav, yeah.
Thanks, Mr Chair. With Surfers Paradise, it's a problem child. It always has been. If you remember, we've been through this episode, I don't know how many times now, with Surfers Paradise. The argument always comes up about, the rates income that Surfers Paradise brings in most rates throughout the city. And also, look, I like a lot of aspects of this. I think it's very good. And the only issue that I have is, and I have spoken to Councillor Taylor about it, is, and this has come up before, that council puts in all this money to, or the ratepayers put in this money to upgrade Surfers Paradise. What are the property owners doing? Because I can remember last time we put a lot of money into this area, the streets look beautiful, but some of the properties were dilapidated and they brought the whole area down. And I think that if we're going to invest as a city this money into this area of surface, we want to guarantee that those property owners are going to do something with their buildings, because it has to be a partnership between the city and the property owners to have a really good, sparkling, finished project. Because I can remember this argument's come up time and time again, that we've invested all this money and yet the properties are still the same.
Okay. Sorry, we've still got questions.
Yeah, I'd just like an answer.
Oh, sorry?
If, from the officers, if they've had that discussion with some of them.
With the property owners, sorry, yeah.
Sorry?
For a placemaking proposal whereby the owners of the property contribute to a placemaking plan where council subsidises it. Is that what you mean?
Well, before we, as a city, we'd spent a lot of money, and you probably remember it too, doing up the streets, but the buildings weren't ever, the property owners of those buildings never did their facades or interior. They just left it. And I think I'd like to have a guarantee that those discussions have taken place and that those property owners are going to, spend the money to upgrade their facades and make the buildings look good.
Okay, Trent, is that something, or Darren, that you can actually probably be...
Lucky Darren. Lucky Trent.
So I can't answer the guarantee question, Councillor, but I can certainly, during this process, we did engage with the businesses through the scope area. We spoke to Challenger Group, who's bought the majority of the mall, that whole portion, and they certainly have a vision to continue what they've done at the east through. Obviously, Sol has done theirs. There's a number of sites that are somewhat legacy, so it's very difficult. But there is a view that if this work would stimulate people like Challenger to continue their investment through the public corridor.
Okay. I'll just go to Darren, then I'll come back to Pauline, then back to Brooke.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just want to respond that we have been working with a lot of the businesses through the area. Jeff and myself have met a few in relation to that actual conversation about what the businesses around the area will contribute to what we're doing. Most of the people we spoke to are actually the property owners, and it was a very strong consensus. The fact if we're doing this work, they're prepared to do it. In some cases, we had some of the owners looking at purchasing other properties, and to the fact of saying that they want to start designing based if we got an endorsement on what we've got here now. So we have spoken to quite a few of the owners through that area that's been very encouraged, and even to the fact of a phone call this morning from another property owner that would like to meet up with us because they're excited about the opportunity of improving their property.
Thank you, Chair, and probably either through to Trent or to Darren, but I'm just getting back on that, getting to today. 2011 Surfers Paradise foreshore redevelopment was $25 million, so that was 11 years ago, and our visitation to Surfers hasn't really changed with that sort of $25 million investment, and I would imagine, well, the talk of, what we're looking to be different in there, and in today's dollars, I would imagine that $25 million may equate to the $48 million that's up there on the screen now. So in spending that sort of dollars back in 2011 to see changes in the area, and like I bet I'm a very, very long-term local. Yes, the foreshore is amazing. Has it changed my thoughts on returning to Surfers Paradise? No. So I don't know. Yes, it does look good, but I don't know whether the city got an economic benefit out of spending $25 million back in 2011, and then I look up there, we want to spend another $48 million in today's dollars. Is that going to increase the economic benefit to everybody in the whole of the city, or even to those that choose to go into Surfers Paradise? That foreshore looks magnificent now. The thought of spending another $50 million or $48 million based on what's on that screen there now does not give me comfort. And when I look at that sort of dollars as to $140 million there on that screen at the moment, I would not be able to support that today, knowing that there's projects in everybody's division that would increase the value of their division to their residents. Could I comfortably support that, knowing that potentially projects in my area itself would lose priority in the scheme of things? So it's, to me, it's a big yes. I'm most definitely, we need to do some sort of work there, but I actually don't think there's enough data in this to tell me that spending $140 million in Surfers Paradise is really going to change the appeal for local residents to go in there. And I know I was only one of the two people that didn't support not selling the Bruce Bishop car park, but realistically, to me that's a loss of a lot of money, probably one of those figures up there on the screen, plus then we're having another ask here for $140 million. So to me, that's a couple of $100 million. I can't see myself supporting it today, even though I think what you've presented here is great. Is it going to change it? Not for me.
Thank you, through you, Councillor Castro. I've got a few questions, some on the actual plan and then what it intends to achieve before I get to budget. And I would start by, I see that there is definitely a need in Surfers, but I'm not feeling particularly confident with what's presented at the moment. So just the first one on the what these visuals, to me it does look a bit like it could be anywhere. I could be in Singapore. I could be, you know, this does not necessarily speak to me as this is the Gold Coast. And just even on the trees, I remember when we were last considering a matter in Surface, we were informed that we cannot put any substantial mature trees into the mall. So how has that changed?
So through the chair, so I suppose to answer the tree question first, what we've tried to do, and it's difficult to display in renders, but the landscape would be very much the Gold Coast, and those kind of dunal mounds that are kind of shown through are supposed to, you know, kind of bring that coastal character back through, and also pick up some of that language of, you know, why the streets are named certain you know, ways, because they're actually about, you know, rainforest and things like that. So there's an intent to create a landscape that does feel like the Gold Coast and that kind of journey through a dunal system. The shading opportunity is probably not very large trees through the mall, as you've rightly said. It's probably lower, smaller scale vegetation that creates a lower level canopy, and that's why there's different levels of shade. So there's the structures with potentially the silk screens that provoke or invoke memories of Surfers Paradise, but then also those larger structures. We get to the larger trees on the esplanade where we think there's that opportunity to create a better planting medium, but the mall itself is looking to create levels and variances of shade.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that I liked about it the most was there were a lot of trees down it, but my understanding, and certainly having a look in the CBD, the inability to plant trees where there is infrastructure underground. So I don't know, but that one would have to be addressed. My other concern is whether this would actually achieve what it sets out to achieve, particularly regarding safety. So I've had feedback from residents that if the nightclubs are still there in the same place and we're not altering or influencing that, what really changes other than a pretty place to go and, you know, potentially, I won't go there, but and I appreciate this one's very difficult because you've got property owner rights, people can do what they want. We don't have a PDA over this, but I would be more interested in seeing precincts where, okay, this is where we want to see our nightclubs, our clubs. This is where we want to see the family area. So that's, if you would care to speak to that part, if there's any capacity to do that. I don't see how we can at the moment because you've got, you know, people have the right to do what they want.
So through the chair, it's a complicated question regarding, you know, the Surfers Paradise and I suppose its brand, but we do think that improving, particularly I think the mall, to probably answer Councillor Young's question earlier too, is probably one of the biggest catalytic, like that's for us, that'd be one of the biggest changes. So yes, we had the esplanade, but we never connected it appropriately. And I think if one thing from this could be the mall, in that that's a very important connector and a high quality public realm, fixing up the finishes, allowing places for family to come, but also be welcomed at night. It's lost a bit of that nighttime family character. It may help with the juxtaposition of the nightclub. So I don't think we can talk today about changing that profile, but I think creating a space that has high quality finishes, a place where families come to the day, but also in the evening, certainly will change some of the behaviour of Surfers Paradise.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to discuss budget elements here, but the other question was, it occurs to me as rather than water to water, it's water to highway, because effectively you're going up to the Gold Coast Highway, unless I missed a whole kind of section. So is it water to highway, the current proposal?
At the moment it goes to Fernie. You're right, it does go to Fernie, but the ultimate would be to bring it through Tiki Village as well.
Councillor Hamill, and then I'll come back to you, Darren. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't put my microphone on.
No, I'm just wondering, given this whole document is really, the basis for it was the 2019 placemaking report, did we ever embark on that journey with the property owners for a placemaking project where the owners made the contribution and council matched it to make improvements? And I'd also like to know where the architectural intent was developed from, because we don't have good runs on the board in terms of our our features that we have provided in the city, our Yatala lights, for example. We just have a very poor record in delivering this type of product, which again to me appears like it may be terribly dated and controversial. So I want to know whether we ever did any consultation with the property owners about perhaps participating in a placemaking opportunity with council, first off. Did we?
Through the chair, we'd have to take that on notice and just check with the city placemaking team if that was the actual intent to, I guess, seek contributions from the property owners. I don't believe so, but we will definitely check that before the council meeting.
Okay, and has another question that this is very important to me, is whether any consultation at all has been undertaken in regard to the potential road closure.
We spoke to the businesses, so we did speak to a number of the businesses that I went through earlier about what their views were about the road and the road closure, and it was mixed. So regarding whether or not they'd support it or not, but what was consistent was that environment to be softer. So whether it remained one way, full closure or two, was it to feel less like a road. So at the moment it does, it feels like a road, it looks like a road, and it definitely is a barrier between the mall and the Esplanade. And again, I think that is a real concern in softening up that connection of where the mall comes up and meets the Esplanade and tying those things together to make it a more safe environment. So, and that can be achieved in both two-way or one-way, but that was very, very consistent feedback for us.
But no consultation with the residents of Bala or Alunga or any other of the high-rise buildings?
No.
Which I think it's extraordinary that we have a proposal before us today that recommends a one-way closure when there's been no consultation with, you know, the people that are supporting the funding that everyone's telling me is generated in this sector haven't been consulted. So I think we're way ahead of ourselves in thinking we can recommend a one-way road closure when and allocating funding to this extent when the people just simply have not been asked.
Come back to Councillor Taylor because I think he'd like to answer that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to give everyone a clarity of the process we've got to get there, because there's a lot of questions going. So just from my perspective of how it came about and how we've arrived to this particular point. And it's one that we've all got to realise that everyone recognises in this room that Surfers Paradise needs something doing to it. And this has been spoken...
Sorry. Yeah, I thought you were answering the question rather than going into debate. Yeah, so I thought it was in relation to the consultation with the locals. Yeah, because you can come back. I'll come back to you to obviously start debate.
Councillor.
Sorry, part of the process was to do a body of work that actually understood the foreshore, and could we have no traffic, could we have one lane, or could we have two lanes options? And we did the body of work to understand that particular situation. And what came out of the body of report, the work that was done, was one, we realised we cannot actually close it down, it would gridlock it. It did talk about the ability to have one lane, but it also talks about the ability to have two lanes. The current concept here at the moment is talking to one lane, but it doesn't rule out the fact that we have looked at what two lanes would be, and there'll be community consultation to talk to that. So whether it's one lane or two lanes in relation to the design and feel, that can be teased out and spoken at some point. So the body of work was to do with transport in that particular area, and the concept drawings that we provide here today is talking to an opportunity of being one lane and what does it look like during events. It doesn't rule out the fact that 2 lanes could be designed into that feel of what the design is there.
Sorry, I'm just going to go to Councillor Hamill. I think you had a question, then I'll come back to you, Councillor McDonald.
Mr Chair, through you to officers, I'm trying to think of an example where a project like this has been done around Australia recently. So through all this work being done, is there a relevant example where this kind of project's been undertaken by an LGA or by a state recently? Everything I can think of is much bigger than this, like it's kind of South Bank size, but did you have an example where this has happened around Australia recently as a real-world example?
Ipswich have just done their Nicholas Street, I believe. So they've done a very big public revitalisation along with their library. So they've pedestrianised it. It looked, high quality finishes, things like that, for exactly the kind of reasons we have. So that's one very smaller scale, but one very local example.
Could you define small scale for me, please? I'm not sure of the dollar value on that.
Not in the realm. It wasn't a $40 million project, for example.
Yeah.
But the intent is the same. High quality finishes, create a more pedestrianised area for events and for restaurants and things like that. So it's Nicholas Street, Ipswich. Obviously, Queen Street Mall. Queen Street Mall is a good evidence of having high quality public realm. It still looks great. They continue to evolve and they continue to upgrade it. So it has managed to put in fairly large trees in planter boxes, things like that. And also behind Darling Harbour in Sydney, there is that water play area. They've really improved that area and understand the mix between good public realm, water play, and restaurants and things like that. So there's some.
Mr Chair, I'm not sure how, but I'm interested because the report talks to economic assumptions of invest money into this as the economic outputs that can come from it. If there's lived examples in other parts of the country at the moment that could actually provide some data back to prove those assumptions would be interesting, of why investment in these kind of public spaces has it actually worked, and others of what their assumptions were in the first place, and did it generate that kind of money? I'd be interested in that. My second question is, where I've seen this work well, especially in Melbourne, is where the investment also came with considerable changes to their city plan, or their version of their city plan, where there was very strict rules put in place about that when redevelopment did occur, about what the facades of those buildings, especially at street level, had to look like. It was very black and white that when you redevelop, this is what you will look like at street level, so that everything matches in and it looks like one continual piece, because in the end the part we own and have control over is fairly minimal. So it doesn't talk to it in the report, but was there any consideration to the need for city plan changes to make sure that we get private ownership to match in with what we're proposing to do?
It's a good question, and probably the answer is at the moment no, but we can certainly take that on notice and have a chat to the city about how that might be implemented.
Chair, I can say for a fact that I would have a massive problem supporting any money being invested until I had more confidence around that. Because part of the problem for me is that it looks even worse when you do get some private investment and then the building next door to it does something different and they don't look like they ever looked to be in the same realm. It looks terrible. It's something we can do. We control the city plan with that. Because I'd hate to see us go one way and then private builders all decide that they've got a different version of how they like to go with it. Are you looking to jump in there, Darren?
Even like the examples that are up there.
I'm not sure if that was a question or a statement.
Okay then, so Chair, through you to Darren, has there been consideration through this process of appropriate city plan changes to make sure the examples I just gave don't occur?
Through the chair, I think the council direction to us would be that as part of this process, we'd look at some guidelines that could be, I guess, considered in any future changes in planning scheme. That would be the way to do it, that we would take that on as part of this body of work. But it would be up to the planning process to actually capture those guidelines and put them in planning.
Yep. All right. Next question. Why doesn't this include Gold Coast Highway and Orchard Avenue?
Rather than crossing.
Yep.
The very simple question to this, I suppose, was that when we defined the scope boundaries, the Surfers Paradise Revitalisation Plan looked at Cabell Mall, and we did really strongly believe that the link that mall piece linking to the Esplanade was what was missing. So we had to define the scope boundary some way, and I suppose we see that the mall and yes is that catalytic project that then you could drag down Orchard Avenue if you needed to.
Yep.
I suppose it depends, and then you've got to set the boundary somewhere with regards to these kind of studies. It could be infinite, I suppose, and so we have looked at trying to target those areas that probably need the most love at the moment.
Yep. So, Chair, I'm a little bit confused by that because I would have thought the road that has the public transport link and the light rail on it, which for me when I go on the surface is the worst part of the whole joint because it's just turned into a ghost town along there and is not particularly well used or visited or utilised of that. Like we've got one link going through that talks about from River to Esplanade but doesn't actually go across to the river at this stage. Why, when we're encouraging people to get in the Surfers Paradise by light rail, that it wouldn't have included making sure that when they get off the light rail that it takes them into Cavill?
So Surfers Paradise Boulevard, I suppose the question regarding access from the stop through to the, it's not that we're certainly trying to do that through that road realignment I spoke about, and also trying to make that entrance into the mall far more attractive and far more open for people to be drawn into the mall. But with regards to the Surfers Paradise Boulevard in its length, it was not part of the scope study.
Will cars still go in there?
They will, yes, at a low speed, yes.
I'm just going to let the area councillor respond to that.
Thank you. And at the time of us looking at what scope of area that we had to define at the time, the important bit was the actual intersection of the mall where light rail comes in, and our challenge with light rail is very heavy with state government controlling light rail corridor and us getting any work down that area. It's a big challenge for the city, and by actually adding that into it, it could have made some more complicated challenges moving forward because of light rail. It doesn't mean down the track that we don't have the opportunity to do body of work at that particular point. And the idea of pulling this through is one, we're actually not just having a mall, we're pulling people through to the river. Two, it gives us opportunity at a future point to review the corridor in however that could look, because we're talking state light rail. And obviously the riverfront is something that at some point down the track we could reimagine that. But the whole idea was to pull it through to the river instead of people just getting to the end of the mall. The other part of it was that the nightclub section area, we've had work done down there previously, and it is like the nightclub section. This is more of a family feel through here into the foreshore. And the other challenge was, and we talk about the road through Surfers Paradise and why it looks like this. We've done a bit of this, we've done a bit of that, we've done a bit of this, and a bit of that. And that's why we have a city that's got a whole load of little bit of projects done here and there, that even in 2012, we had a budget of 11 million and the council budgeted it to 6,000. So the idea of this project was to come to council, let's grab everything we've done before, don't imagine what we've done for the last 30 years, let's reimagine what it could be for the next 10 to 20 years. And it's really important that we did roll up, talking to Councillor Gates, information that's been part of that journey. We weren't going to throw it out. The 20 years is about that history of why we're here today. Everyone in this room talking about we don't go into Surfers Paradise. It's a mess. It needs work doing. We could have quite easily come back to the room and guess what? Put some more paint over it and done a little bit here and a little bit there. This here gives an opportunity for council to have a really good look at the area and make some defining changes that connects the mall right through, connects the Esplanade, that gives a real common, easy feel for that whole area when you're going in. When I actually came into council, I did a survey, and it's been mentioned in the council room right here. I don't go in there. People were asked, would you go to Surfers Paradise? And 50% said no. The biggest question for me was, if we asked residents, not talking Division 10, would you take a guest to Surfers Paradise? Less than 50% said they would take someone to Surfers Paradise. That indicates that we've lost the love of Surfers Paradise and I don't want to be in here. And it was mentioned in the chamber just then that I don't go into Surfers Paradise. We can keep licking paint over it and keep having the conversation in 10, 20 years' time. But at some point, this council has got to grab it by the
the scruff of the neck.
and say, are we going to do something with the heart of our city? Are we going to be proud of it? And that's a decision for this room right here. We talk to business every day. The consultation work we've done at a high level is with business. It's with residents. We bought our destination Gold Coast. We brought in major events because they had to be part of the process of ensuring that it's right designed for what Surfers Paradise moving forward. Yes, we have a nightclub precinct. Sorry.
Well, I pulled up for, no, I'm going to go back to a question, started out answering the question, but then went into debate.
I'm just warming up.
I'm going to go to Councillor McDonald, I'm then going to go to Councillor Owen-Jones and then back to Councillor Patterson.
Could I finish first?
Sorry?
Could I have my last question first?
I apologise, I thought you had.
Who's chairing this meeting?
I thought you had finished.
Yeah. Finally, so only because Councillor Taylor's mentioned it a few times about event space, but I picked up on a comment you said that the proposed headlands wouldn't actually extend out any further than the current wall. So how much actual additional square meterage are we picking up to hold events in? Because if it's one of the key objectives, it doesn't actually say in the report that as part of this, we would have this much additional square meterage to hold events in.
Through the chair, it's a good question.
I thought so too.
With respect,
Self-aware.
with regards to the foreshore area, it probably provides less blank square meterage than there is there at the moment. With the desire to bring families back 90% of the time for those, but we have done overlays with things like the major events that can fit there, just in a different arrangement. But the intent of the layout is to remove some of those strong linear kind of harder spaces of the Esplanade and bring back that softer feel. So there's not a calculation there of, the amount of event layout space, but we know you can still certainly hold, events and major events there.
You could do it in the mall as well. If you declutter the spaces, as we've seen on the designs, then you could do a major event in the mall.
Going to go back to Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Actually, sitting here listening to the debate, it just sounds like a rerun of the last, I don't know how many years, 30 years, where we had Councillor Bell and Barton and Douglas and the same arguments being like this. I wasn't here then. Well, it probably was too. But, the thing is that all of our, the sales pitch for the Gold Coast, guess where it is? Surfers Paradise, and if people fly into Surfers Paradise and it's not upgraded, well, that's the first impression they get and the last impression that they get. With the traffic along the Esplanade at the front there, I understood that there was bollards that could be put up if the roads need to be closed for events. So I just wanted to ask, how were they working? Because I feel that maybe, by having those could overcome the issue about closing off that area and making it an events area.
Through the chair, I'll take that one. Look, they are working. We've had some issues with some water ingress, but we've worked hard to resolve that. Whether they're the hydraulic bollards or they're put there manually, we have in the past closed off the Esplanade for events, so it's something which can be pretty easily done if required.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Owen-Jones, who's been very patient.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Take it on the chin. Good manners.
So I'm interested through you, Mr Chair, to Darren, to the officers. Have we given any consideration in regards to public consultation or the next phases and how we could do that in a non-digital form? So, and in particular as like a diorama or something along those lines so that people can actually see what's proposed, because I look at the mushroom things and I look at them and I just see the Yatala lights turning up all over again, whereas I'd be really interested to see if I'm just alone in that or if that's something that people could see and look at outside of a paper or a digital version. So that's my first question.
Subjective.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Well,
I think
so the Yatala lights aren't subjective. So I think there's a unanimous opinion regarding them.
I think at the moment, in an architectural sense, the architect would be saying that they are really there as placeholders for that intent of having a vertical structure that has a daytime presence and a nighttime presence through projection or through lights that draws you down. So it's that, and it may be different at nighttime. So it's not meant to be a piece of public art. It's meant to be an architectural structure that does reference coast. And there was certainly room to move to develop that up to something that doesn't feel like the Yatala lights or things like that. And yes, through a community consultation or engagement process, we are certainly interested, if that was something we were, endorsed to do today, to how you might talk to these renders in a more friendly way, because it is difficult to understand scale and dimensions and things like that through these kind of imagery. So I think that's a good question.
And I think the challenge that we have with the Esplanade is that we want it to do a whole lot of things. So we've got the markets, for example, where we turn up with the 3x3 metre marquees everywhere, and it looks like it looks. And then we've got just the daytime surface, the Esplanade that we want, and then I think we've all been lucky enough to be in surface when it's completely heaving with people, whether or not it's for a Christmas event or any of the old Surfers Live events. I think we've all been there where you just couldn't put any more people in Surfers Paradise. So whatever built form we put there, it has to be able to handle the extremes of what people do, but then in addition to that, the extremes of what the weather does. So I'm actually really concerned about the level of, I'm going to say, landscaping, and because again, I've been in Surface when we've had the carols and 20 or 30,000 people or whatever, and it just gets completely trampled. So that's a real concern, and I'd be really interested in knowing whether or not we'd given any consideration to making it a less of a green space in that regards.
So through the chair, Surface Paradise is very difficult to design for those full range of events that you're speaking about, from quiet to one day, family friendly, full event mode, New Year's Eve, catering for the nightclub district, having lots of people walk through it at once. There's the overlay of safety, all those type of things. So the design has taken into account, we think, the majority of those things. Things with regards to plant selection, its ability to survive, would certainly be part of the next stage. We're confident, the landscape architect was confident, it was a part of a lot of conversations about it, willingness to withstand those kind of conditions. At the moment, we think we've got the right balance, and we do think that you can provide that greenery and for it to stay with the right maintenance overlay, to stay as its design intent. We really do believe that, and we wouldn't be pursuing a design in the next stages if we couldn't achieve those outcomes. And having a green space was a huge part of the consultation, and it's certainly wanted by the community. So I think we wouldn't want to not try and achieve that kind of outcome.
And what do we do in regards to the surface of like the footpath or like the mall? What actually are you proposing? Because is it all coming out and something new going in?
That's correct, yes. It could be honed concrete, similar to the kind of finishes you see around Hodder, or it could be a stone finish like that's in other parts of the city as well. But it's a far better, high quality, high wearing material.
And does the light rail corridor that separates the proposal, does that, are we allowed to do a different treatment there, or do we pause there?
So you could potentially do it for different treatment, but what we're also proposing at that intersection is actually a scramble crossing. We've got to do a bit more modelling on it, but we believe that we wouldn't impact the signals through there and allow for a scramble crossing for multi-directional to actually, again, open up those four corners, because it's a bit of a complicated, those who cross over across to that it's a bit complicated. So providing a scramble crossing allows people to make multiple decisions, and potentially doing a bit of a stamped asphalt or overlay to kind of give it a bit of presence.
And my final question is just in regards to, so you're proposing, the best I can see, is 3 stages. Could it be broken into even more stages than that? Can it be made considerably easier in regards to, you know, from the Westpac Bank down, you know, have we given any consideration to breaking it into more manageable bite sizes?
So through the chair, that the staging was, yeah, we did look at all sorts of staging configurations. The Esplanade would be a little bit difficult to stage much further than that because of the proposal with the road or not, depending on where you want to go with it. You certainly couldn't do it in increments, and also the headlands. So the staging there is probably as far as you could go before it gets too complicated. With regards to the Cavill Mall, you could separate the lower part of the mall. We were planning to move the road and the other part. There's certainly that could be split. But when we went through it, we didn't really think that was the greatest idea, because moving that road really does unlock that opportunity to drag the urban design from the beach all the way through to the boulevard, which is, again, I think I said earlier, probably the most important part to do. So yes, theoretically you could split that in two, but it wouldn't be the officer's recommendation to do.
And just one final bonus question. The Surfers Paradise sign, it does stay, doesn't it?
It certainly can stay, yes.
What do you mean it can?
Certainly can,
It's shown in the renders to stay.
Yeah. Okay,
Will stay.
Darren smiled, so now I need to ask about the dog. Does the dog stay in the Melba's Park?
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah, it's heritage protected.
Matey, I think, may stay, yes.
That's it, dog in the sign.
Done.
No more mushrooms, either.
I got one more question too.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. My question was about staging, and I do like the idea of some more greenery, but I just felt when I looked at the plans, the concept plans, there was just too much of everything. So I'm sort of with everybody with the parasols, and Darren knows this, I've spoken to him. I just didn't like them. I just thought they were too much. But I thought the trees and the seating, I think, is really important. And my question was about and I think resurfacing the mall is a big thing. That would be tremendous. So whether we concentrate on the actual mall itself first, because the Esplanade, I think, you know, works really well at the moment. It's still got a great look. If I go to surface, I'd rather be on the Esplanade than anywhere else. Yes. So that's still got a really good look. But I think, you know, the mall does need resurfacing. I like the idea of some more greenery through there, and certainly bringing, you know, the river up to the beach and creating that corridor. The one thing I will say is that I think some of it we need to do a whole whack. Maybe not 90 million, but you need to do a whole whack, because I can assure you, being the divisional councillor for Coolangatta, where we're still finishing a centre improvement project that started before I was a councillor, because I was on the committee, it's not desirable. That's my opinion.
Just before I go to you, Darren, it's just interesting because, Elton, I mean, you're in this capacity now with Chair of Lifestyle, but you would have seen this project. So I'm just interested to know, you would have been involved quite heavily, and I'd just like to get your views on it. It's silly not to ask you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, there's a couple of things probably to note. What if we can focus on the concept of what needs to be done rather than the artist's impression, because that's just an artist's impression at this stage, and that, as you've quite rightly identified, has got some questionable aspects to it that deserve a lot more consultation, a lot more fleshing out. But is it really what's at the heart of this? So as the previous asset owner, I can tell you that the asset of the mall isn't in the best of shape. So I echo the sentiments of Councillor O'Neill. We made the decision to do stamped asphalt, and that has a life, and it looked pretty good for the time when we did that, but it is fast approaching end of life. It takes a lot of effort to clean. And moving forward, if you were to compare it to a different finish, like a really good granite, which is easy to clean and will last a long time, we have a product which is considerably inferior to that. So one of the things you might want to think about, and you've alluded to this in some of the most recent aspects of this discussion, is to focus on some sub-elements of this. What is really important. And having done a few inspections in recent times of different places, I've got a phone full of pictures, unfortunately, of paving, which is really exciting to my family. But I see these places and I see what they've done and I see what they can achieve to change the look of a place. And I'll give you an example. When the Mayor and I were in Birmingham last year for the Commonwealth Games, what they have achieved through really good paving of some pretty ordinary urban form has been pretty spectacular. So you can do it quite cost effectively. And the paving is a thing that is really important at the end of the day for a whole of life maintenance aspect.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and I just want to through the chair. Sorry, through the chair.
Have you got a motion, Councillor? Sorry, or you wanted to respond?
No, I just want to respond to a couple of points being made.
Yes, sorry, it was just a question was asked, sorry.
Just in relation to the sign that's up there, as we said, this is a concept drawing, concept design. Whether it's artwork, whether it's the sign, this is community consultation that I think needs to be part of. Do we like that sign there? Is there another opportunity? We're showing the sign, there's a lot of history there, so it is showing in there. The artwork that we see in the mall, again, I most probably could get 15 different ideas of what artwork looks. So for me, it's talking about an opportunity of some sort of artwork. It talks about lighting. It talks about how we can change it from day to night and opportunity. So as a concept, that's what I believe we're talking to here today. I think where we go with the community consultation could tease out a lot of these smaller areas, but that's talking to the site and the creative side of it. Just want to...
Would you like to move anything or? You would, okay. Okay, do we, oh, sorry. Well, I've got a motion. You can still ask the question though. So we've got a motion. Seconded, Councillor Tozer. Before I come to you for debate, I'll just go to Councillor Patterson for a...
Thank you. Through you, I would like to ask a question of our Chief Financial Officer. So I just wanted to, if we're looking at this, make this a consideration with regards to all the other quite hefty things that we've got currently in our key exclusions, which as a total look at $2.5 billion. And if I look at my wish list on there, it's hard to come under $2 billion. And that's some pretty basic and boring stuff like LGIP upgrades and road networks for freight and all the like. So can you just remind me, if we're to spend $2 billion out of your key exclusions, where does that, yeah, 2 billion, where does that put us in that debt framework that you presented to us?
Chair, I just wanted to ask if we should go into closed if we're going to talk about the budget.
We're going to have to if we're going to do that. Yeah. Okay, I think we're going to have to. So I'll move us into closed. Second to Councillor Young. All those in favour? Okay, streaming off. is back on. Okay, Councillor Taylor, you've actually moved the officer's recommendation. It was seconded by Councillor Tozer. So I'm going to go to you to open debate.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. As we all know, Surfers Paradise is the heart of the city, and growing up here, growing up here and lived here for a long period of time, Surfers Paradise was the destination to go. We've grown as a city, and over the years, Surfers Paradise has been doing the heavy lifting in relation to rates and help build this city. And many a times with Surfers, we've always done a bit of this and a bit of that. And I don't think we've really committed to Surfers Paradise in 100% way we could do. Today, we've got the opportunity to look at a bigger vision for Surfers Paradise. It gives us the ability to understand what the community has been saying for a long period of time. Since the 90s, 2000, 2019, I think the last community consultation was, people are saying we need to do something with Surfers Paradise. I think everyone in this room here, since the 4 years, have constantly mentioned Surfers Paradise needs to have work done in it. The body of work we've done now is to look at how we can vision Surfers Paradise. And we've looked at not just having Surfers Paradise as Cavill Mall and the foreshore. We want to pull people through Surfers Paradise. Back in the 80s when I grew up, we had the picture theatres. We used to come down to the old Melbas as we knew, and people before me, Bondi Bay Rock, we had the Galleria. And basically now Surfers Paradise is the foreshore and the Cavill Avenue. And we need to ensure that people are getting pulled throughout Surfers Paradise. Today, the opportunity is to, instead of doing a bit of this and a bit of that, like we have over the 20 years, it gives us an option to look at a big, broader body of work that we can do in one go over the next 4 or 5 years. The work that we propose here is going to be done properly, it's going to be done with quality, and it's going to be here for the Olympics when it's here in 2032 and beyond. And we don't want to be back here in 10 years' time or 15 years' time or even 5 years' time having the same conversation about Surfers Paradise. The opportunity is here right now with the body of work we've done. And all I can say is to the officers, the business community, our residents, whether it is in Surfers Paradise or all around the Gold Coast, our major events, Destination Gold Coast, that's all been hemming on the same page. And I think in this room, we've all been saying the same thing, something has to be done. And now's the opportunity for us to make that decision. And all I'm saying here now, please, there's 8 of us here today, but there's going to be 15 next week. We have the opportunity to make that change. And I'm hoping today we can get support for this resolution.
Councillor Gates.
I'd like to move an amendment, Chairman.
Okay.
And it would be number 1, that council notes the Surfers Paradise, Cavill Avenue, Cavill Mall and the Esplanade concept design and its outcomes as defined in. So it's just a changing of adopts to notes. And I'd like to move a 2, take out number 2.
Yeah. Can you do it as a separate motion in place? Just cut and paste it and then amend the additional one, not the one that's sitting there, so we can refer to both. Yep.
So we need to go back to where we got.
It just needs notes to change back to
adopts.
Adopts, yeah.
Yep.
Not in my one.
No, that's.
That one's notes.
Yep.
That one's notes.
I'm moving.
Just changes.
I'm
Just-
moving
yeah.
an amendment.
Just so we can compare.
Yeah.
the two.
I'm still going to do it in my amendment. So this is my amendment we're looking at now, is it?
Yes, because it's got notes. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we're just changing notes for that, for the number 1.
It's not a change recommendation.
No, it's an amendment.
No, it's an amendment.
We've got a motion on the table. Councillor Taylor moved the motion. I seconded it. It remains in play.
Yep.
We have an amendment being proposed by Councillor Gates, which sits below the motion and the amendment. The motion that we had originally.
Yeah.
perfect. Well, as close to perfect as you can get. It's hard.
Tough gig over there.
It is tough.
But I'm not sitting in that role.
Okay, so you have a new 2.
Oh, sorry, delete the existing 2 and then move number 3, that becomes 2, but it reads that the Chief Executive Officer commences community and business engagement for the Surfers Paradise, Cavill Avenue, Cavill Mall and Esplanade concept design. So not, just take out 4 stage 1, just take out 4 stage 1.
Yep.
Yeah, for the surface. With a view, after concept design, delete that, the next bit, after design, and add, if you don't mind, with a view to staging the upgrade, commencing with an initial allocation of $40 million for Cavill Mall, with the remainder or the balance of the upgrade to be deferred for consideration as part of the 2023-24 budget process.
So that just needs to be reworded.
Where? Oh, sorry, with the balance. Yeah. Or maybe it should be referred.
Well, it all still needs to go to...
Not deferred, but referred for consideration during the 2023
well, the initial
budget.
No, so what Donna's actually done is broken it into $40 million of that's happening and $50 million for consideration.
But that will still be addressed
Yeah,
at
it
special...
still gets addressed, but it actually makes the 40 more...
A special budget.
More definitive.
More real, yes.
Than saying it's all for consideration.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Hang on, I'll just make sure that Donna's... Yeah. Okay, Councillor Patterson has a question to
just
Councillor
through you
Gates.
to Councillor Gates, I just wanted to understand, with that first wording, commences community and business engagement, so would that still mean that you've got the community and the business engagement for the whole plan?
Well, I believe that's imperative, and that's one of the problems I have right now in allocating or agreeing to allocate the entire 90 million. I see what you're saying, Councillor Lacastra, that the $40 million also needs to be considered as part of the 2023-24 budget. So my wording might need tidying up there. But my point is that the community simply has not been consulted. And yet we all agree that Cavill Mall needs some dollars spent on it. At the recent Bulletin Forum, it was suggested that if it was a person, it would be in therapy. And that's factual. It's a mess. And it does need some help to bring business back there. So I think we all recognise that. But whether we've hit the right mark in terms of what's before us today, with the lack of community consultation since 2019, I'm not sure. But I could see my way clear to supporting... I think I have to change that to say that the matter be deferred for or referred to the 2023-24 budget.
You could probably just put "and" instead of "with", because then it actually reads Esplanade concept design with a view to staging the upgrade commencing with an initial allocation of $40 million and the balance. So it could also be read as, it's "and", like both of them are being referred,
and
depending
the balance
on how you read the "and".
For consideration, so not to be referred to, and the balance for consideration during the 2023-24. Thank you, Councillor Lacastra. Do you understand what I'm saying here? I'm not yet convinced, and I don't know that the community would be convinced yet either.
Through the chair, would you like it to be the balance of stage 1, Councillor Gates? Because that probably, the words refer to the entire concept design. The stage 1 was so you might just want for the balance of stage 1.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your help, everyone.
Which is 50 million, just to
Correct. So, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not the 48.
Open brackets, 50 million.
Through the chair, is there is the consultation on stage 1 and stage 2?
I believe that there needs to be full consultation, and especially in regard to the proposed road closure for the people who live there. I mean, the one lane, I know it's only one lane that's being proposed, but I can't support moving to send to budget the full project as defined today before we see the results of community consultation. And we won't see the results of that community consultation before we go to budget. It's the end of February by the time we consider today's proposal. It's unrealistic in my mind to think that we can do the level of consultation that I believe is necessary to make everything in this report relevant. It dates back to the initial referral from 2016, and it's 2023, and we need it to be relevant, and we need to be certain that the people who need to be consulted have been consulted, in my view. Rather than just the divisional councillor walking and thinking that end should be included.
So Darren, could I just ask in regards to the 2 residential towers, Alunga and have you had a deputation from either of those body corporates?
Can't say. They were invited, I'm not sure if they.
So I think that's that close residential feedback.
Consultation? I believe, but I can confirm that. So to me, for this is what we're saying. This is concept drawing. The community concept. So the community consultation is to talk. We're still the report is showing a concept of one lane. The body of work that's been done talks to can we have no lanes, 1 lane or 2. It's ruled out 2, and the concept is either 1 or 2 lanes. So the report talks to it, and there's community engagement. So to add the 2nd lane into this actual design is not a problem or a change. It's just changing that width of that. But the feel and how it will be through there will be exactly the same. So the community engagement is actually there. If you look on page 35, year 1, it's part of that community engagement to actually resolve those areas, which talks 2 lanes, talks to the visual artwork, if it's what we want.
Sorry, my amendment didn't include that number 3. We're not ready to go to a contracting plan at this stage, in my view. Well, the 40 million also has to be considered at budget. We can't, even though I'm suggesting that that might be the way we go, but it still needs to get through budget. And after it's approved by budget, at budget committee, then
strategic plan.
Then we could go to the contracting plan. But we're certainly, in my view, at this point in time, not ready to go to a contracting plan for something that, I'm not fully confident in, and I'm not questioning that your report is not a good one, Trent. I'm worried because of the time frame that this information has been accrued over and the lack of recent consultation. And that's my major concern. So maybe my wording isn't clear. And Darren, you might be able to help me.
So through the chair, for number 3, then maybe just to clarify, because out of the budget process, obviously there's not a recommendation for us to do that body of work. So maybe it would be best to, subject to approval in the 2023 budget process, and then continue with the significant contracting plan. And that way we would wait the outcome of the approval of the $40 million and then get on with the significant contracting plan, if that would meet council's needs.
It just comes at budget.
Yeah, that's right. I think the city contracting plan will just take care of that. Once the budget's adopted, the city contracting plan will just, there's an approved allocation and then we go out and do it. I don't think we need to.
Okay.
Okay.
Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify one more point about the road closure, and noting the consultation is that stage one, I said a little bit earlier, doesn't need to close the Esplanade down to 1 or 2. There doesn't have to be a decision now, and as Councillor Taylor said, it can be both of those things. So there's time during stage one, either in the $90 million or the $40 million option, to do trials using the bollards or closing one lane, and then actually gathering data, to whether it's successful or not. So yes, we've done a traffic model, but we can also do further trials during stage one. So just to make sure that was clear earlier, that we don't have to close or do any road alterations in stage one to the Esplanade.
And I don't have a seconder, but there you go.
I'm happy to second Councillor. Yep. And if I could just ask a question there, Chair. When it comes to that, the amendment there, get just rid of that there. The Chief Executive Officer commences community and business engagement. I think that is so extraordinarily important, and we need to be looking at how we approach that, because I believe what we said before was that 18% of Surfers Paradise ratepayers are owner occupied, 18%. So that's not a big representation of that whole area, 18%. I think we would need to ensure that there is a way of consulting with the property owners and not just the 18% of people that are owner occupiers, because we're talking about this being a tourism precinct, or we've got people renting in there, or they've got their weekend uses and things like that. To spend, even on the whole, if we allocated there $140 million, and we're talking about 18% of the people in that area are owner occupied, how many owner occupiers have we actually spoken to in the previous consultations? So that to me would be, I'd want to see how we're going to approach that going forward when it comes to allocating that sort of money.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Obviously, there's a lot of work that's been done over the last few years in regards to this, and I see today that the main thing is for budget consideration of an amount. Being a concept plan, is there anything stopping to have the budget allocation to be considered, to run together with any consultation of the concept plan? The concept plan is only a concept plan, it can be changed. We see concept plans changed all the time. But to me, today, the main thing is for that budget allocation to be considered in the budget.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, did you want to speak, or Councillor Tozer?
Okay, I came in with a pretty open mind and I didn't really know where to go here, but I think Councillor Gates actually raised a really interesting motion. The officer's recommendation doesn't incorporate us being kind of really almost required to really consider it in the context of other competing priorities in the budget process. And her amendment does still include what is proposed a $90 million project, subject to us all agreeing.
Yes.
And it doesn't shoot the idea down. It really emphasises the community and business engagement, which is articulated on page 35, where it says that's where we're going to go anyway. Initially, I was a bit concerned that it might shoot the project in the foot, but I don't think it does at all. In fact, I think it's actually the natural next step. So I think it's actually a good amendment. And, I think the next steps will be the next 3 months of our special budget committee and some community engagement, which can commence immediately. And so the business community and Surfers can be reassured that we're going to chat with them further about these matters. We're going to talk a little bit more about design. We're going to decide whether we want mushrooms or not. And whether there's elements of the design that can be adjusted, and it still makes adequate provision for us to deliver the Cavill Mall element and potentially the balance as part of that community consultation project and subject to a budget, like a resolution at the special budget committee. So yeah, I'm going to support the amendment.
That was a good summary, other than that I think the consultation requires the special budget. So it doesn't start now, it would start after the council adopted the idea of committing to that.
So can I clarify that just here? I mean, it looks as though this project has been ongoing, and on page 35 it says year 1, 6 months to June 2023, which is the existing budget already adopted.
Yes.
Community engagement, contracting plan and on-site investigations utilising existing funds. So on page 35 it occurs to me that council has already resolved to allocate money to engage with the community on this project.
Yes. I read it the same.
That's how I read it. Councillor Owen-Jones has just basically said that community engagement should cease at this point, and
That's not what I said. I just said that you wanted to make sure the words of the motion have community and business engagement, you know, with a view to staging the upgrade. I don't know how much is left for community engagement utilising existing funds. Oh, that's an unknown. It's actually not on page 35, other than it says utilising in existing funds.
So may I ask a question about the motion then?
Please.
So are there sufficient funds in the remaining budget to undertake community consultation, further community consultation in relation to this project?
I would have thought so.
Through the chair to the director or the project manager?
So through the chair, we were having a similar conversation over here. We do have some funds available to us this financial year that we can facilitate that to bring back what would be an extremely tight consultation piece, but we can use those funds to actually do this body of work.
Okay, well we don't have to consult traditional owners, so that's good.
Thank you. Through the chair, could I just establish that the community consultation talks to the whole project and just not the mall? So we're allocating more, but we're doing a consultation for the broad. Because I noted we're noting it, not endorsing it, and I just want to make sure that that doesn't hang tie
through to the project manager.
Sorry, the consultation of the whole project.
I think that makes sense. If you're going to be doing it, you want to be doing it all at the same time. But also it's important to actually have that consultation done for the deliberations for the budget. Otherwise, it's the same thing, isn't it? We're deliberating without speaking to the owners, in the same way that we don't want to deliberate without speaking to the traditional owners, as you said in the other one. So, yes, it makes sense. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't, because we've only got 6 or 8 weeks between now and us having to actually make decisions. So I think what makes sense is that we consult as best as possible with both the businesses and the owners in Surfers Paradise, and we don't rush the consultation, but we actually get the right answers. So I actually saw the amended motion. I think we're almost in furious agreement. I saw the amended motion as saying it's an allocation of $40 million for the first stage, with consideration for the rest as part of the setting of the budget. But I honestly think that you need to measure twice and cut once, right? So I don't actually see any merit at all in rushing to do an immediate bit of consultation. I don't need consultation in regards to the special budget conversation. I need consultation to make sure we actually get really good outcomes in regards to what we want. And I was critical of the mushroom elements, you know, because I actually don't want to see us misstep in regards to the built form. I want people to agree and be on board for a revitalisation of Surfers Paradise. And look, to be honest, the former Representative Gary Baildon in 2019 stood in the mall with the mayor from memory with a pink heart, you know, and asked for feedback. That's just the start. That ain't the end, you know. So I don't see a reason for rushing it. We may as well do it right rather than try to push something out in 6 weeks, which is going to be a bit of gibberish.
We've got more time for consultation on the dog park.
Okay, yeah. See your point.
Through the chair, I'm fully supportive of getting it right. The main thing is we've got a concept that we can do the community consultation, that we do get right, and we are looking at the broader whole concept when we do go to the community consultation.
But it's certainly good to at least start that conversation now. I think that's important before we go making decisions, taking the old lady across the road when she doesn't want to go.
So can I follow up with a question then? So we talked about there being only utilising existing funds on page 35. There might not be enough money to undertake satisfactory engagement. What would be a figure that we could allocate to ensure that satisfactory community engagement can be done, not in a fast time, but in a realistic time frame?
Through the chair, so sorry, the answer before was probably to bring back something through special budget committee, because I thought that was the intent, and we do have enough funding for that.
Right.
If it was to be a bigger consultation piece, we'd have to probably come back, unless Trent's got an actual figure that we derive for the whole community consultation piece.
No, I don't. I think what we'd have to do is, based on the comments today about the broadness of the consultation, the type, we'd have to write a consultation plan and get that briefed up. I think the $40 million is sufficient enough to cover the consultation piece. So if it's to be after budget, then I think we've got sufficient funds there. We've got sufficient funds now to start a process of writing the plan and getting that up and getting that ready. And I think by the time it takes that, special budget committee will have commenced. So I think the timing's okay.
Let's move it forward.
Councillor Young.
And through the chair too, I think it's something we have to note too, and I agree with Darren, as in, you know, it's Surfers Paradise is the heart in that. But there's such a big offering on the Gold Coast now. It's not, Surfers Paradise is not the only place to go. So you've got Burleigh, and you've got Palm Beach, and you've got Coolangatta, and you've got Southport with the increasing offerings in there, and we're going to have our live music precincts, and we've got all of our little bespoke areas. 20 years ago, when we were talking about Surfers Paradise, there was very little else on offer. But now the city is expanding, growing and everything, so we're getting a lot more spread across the city. And just because I'm, as a local in Burleigh, choose not to go into Surfers Paradise, it's not that I don't go out, it's just that I choose a different area to go to. And I think we need to keep that in mind when we're talking about one area in isolation, is that the city's 700,000 people now, and we don't all choose to go to Surfers Paradise. We choose to go out to different parts of the city and to enjoy different parts of the city. So I think it's, whilst I acknowledge how passionate Darren is about it, there are so many other places that the Gold Coast is offering now that gives us the opportunity not to always want to go into Surfers Paradise. So it's not that it's totally off limits, it's just that there's so many other places to go.
All I was going to say is that, and I probably disagree with what you say, because all of our sales, you know, when you see the sale of the Gold Coast, what do they talk about? Surfers Paradise. Yeah. So, and like I, sorry? And anyhow, you know, and the thing is that when people come there, like I said before, first impressions and the last impressions. So, but I'd like to see that consultation start now. And you said that you've got enough funding to put a plan together.
It's important.
And I think that's important that be started ASAP.
Yeah, makes sense to do it now, absolutely. It's, yeah. No? No, okay. All right, we've got Councillor Taylor, and then I think, hopefully, and I tend to agree with Councillor Owen-Jones, I think everyone seems to be pretty much on the same page now. Or I may be proven wrong. Councillor Taylor. Did you wish to comment? Sorry, I thought you had your hand up before. No? Okay, all right. Okay, so what I'll do then is I'll go back to Councillor Gates with the amendment. Did you wish to speak any further to the amendment?
Right, as the... Oh, thank you. Well, I simply want to say that I want to support the upgrade of the Cavill Mall. I just want also to have a reassurance that what is being proposed and put before us today is what the community actually wants. I'm not certain yet that we have the capability of taking it all the way through to the river. I'm not sure that there's support for that vision of river to beach. I don't know that there's been a demand for that at any level, other than, as Councillor Taylor said, he went for a walk with his wife before the election. I mean, I think that could come later, perhaps, if there is a level of community support for it. It also worries me about Orchid Avenue's exclusion from the project. I mean, here we're proposing a $40 million upgrade of the mall section, and it's going to look pretty much like the poor relation if Orchid Avenue doesn't form part of it. So my personal view, if I were consulted, would be I'd rather see Orchid Avenue included, because the traffic is still going to flow around, and the tram line is an absolute divider, in my view, for encouraging people to go to the other end and to the river and to Appel Park. You know, maybe there is a body of work that needs to be done there. I'm not sure that it just needs to be part of this initial Cavill Mall upgrade. So I think with the motion before us, the officers can start work on that consultation, and we can get some genuine feedback that's relevant to today, not to 2019, for the consultation that occurred way back then. And I don't even know what level of engagement there was at that time, other than I do recall there being the preparation of a master plan for Surfers Paradise that was done under Councillor Bailden's auspices at the time. I mean, we've certainly not seen any evidence of consultation that I think, when we're making decisions of this magnitude, we actually need, so that we are making the right decisions and that we do get the content right, because I've heard a couple of councillors say today those mushroom things are hideous, and, you know, I know that it's subjective, but is that what the community wants to see in there, that level of embellishment, or is there a view that it should sort of regress to a degree back to the surface of old that did bring the beach closer into the mall, rather than what sort of might be proposed by the sort of concepts that we've seen today, with the structures built around some grass and some quite large trees. So I'll be happy to consider it further once we've seen the results of the consultation.
Back to Councillor Taylor to close the debate.
Thank you. And look, I thank the officers for bringing this report here, and I thank everyone for the debate. I mean, the amount of time we spent here talking about surface indicates that we need to look at surface and we need to do something for surface. And we have got a proposal there, and I'm wholeheartedly in agreement that the community need to be comforted, whether it's the residents, whether it's business, they need to be part of this process. So what today has given us is the ability to start that community consultation, which is very important. It also talks to part of the project that we do need to invest in, part of Surfers Paradise, but it gives us the opportunity to look at a whole Surfers Paradise as a larger project moving forward. So I thank committee members for their input, and hopefully the community engagement gives some good feedback to keep improving the centre of the city.
Okay, debate's closed. We'll put the amendment. Moved by Councillor Gates and seconded by, I can't remember, Councillor Young, sorry, so long ago. All right, all those in favour of the amendment? Those against? Okay, that is carried. The amendment becomes the motion. All those in favour of the motion? That is carried. Well, that was easy. Councillor Hamill had a general business motion, but he's not here, so he said he's going to leave it to the next one. You'll all be pleased to hear that. And thank you for everyone's contribution. Thank you to the officers as well. Sorry to have kept you so long, and declare the meeting closed.